They can't hear us. There we go. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Market Prep. I hope you guys are having an amazing morning. Hope you guys had an incredible day yesterday. Good morning, Peter. How are you doing today?
Hey, good morning, Carlos. I'm doing well, thank you. I was on Facebook this morning, and I find it entertaining when apps, they're close but not quite there. It's a buddy's birthday, and it said, "Hey, say happy birthday to him. You've known him for 8 years."
Nice.
It took me aback because I get those a lot, and I'm like, 8 years? Try 38. Like it's been a little longer than that. It's like I remember it was a while back. I got something like it was my wife, and it said, "Hey, you've been friends for 12 years," and I'm like, it's been a little longer than that, and more than friends. You're close, Facebook, but yeah, no, not quite there, but. Anyways, this is why I realize I try not to put real information in the other ones.
Yeah.
So, anyways, but I don't know when I added my wife as a friend in Facebook. She doesn't use social media. I don't use it a lot either. So apparently it was 12 years ago or whenever it actually said. So
There you
anyways,
go.
but
What I get a lot is I used to back up a lot of my pictures on OneDrive. And then when
mm,
OneDrive does, they'll send you an email remembering this day a couple of years ago. And they'll
yeah.
send you a couple of pictures from that time and, run to some really good ones. I'm like, oh, wow, look at this. And I'll send that over to whoever is featured on the picture or whatever. So, but yeah, it'll definitely get the dates wrong on
See,
Facebook.
that's
That's
where
for
they're
sure.
close. Like that stuff can be fun. My wife was doing that the other day. She was like showing me these photo compilations, and actually it was a little creepy because it was like her phone was like, look at pictures of Peter, and it had pictures, and I was in every picture, but sometimes it was only sort of like there was a couple of them where it was like my legs were in it and not the rest of me just because of whatever the photo was, and I'm like, how is that in my photo montage? Does it actually know that's my legs, or did it just get it lucky? Like anyways, that's a little weird.
That
Anyway,
is a little weird.
yeah.
Um,
Anyway,
all right, friends. Happy Friday as we kick off, as we end this week and kick off into the weekend here. Gappers list this morning, very active, obviously, given all that's happening in the world with these geopolitical issues now that we're having with Iran and Israel. So there it is. As you can see, obviously, some stocks are affected by this in the green, as that will be positive for them in their prices, and then stuff that will be hurt by it in the red, alongside with some other usual suspects that are usually in play for us. So we'll dive into all of that. But before we do so, Peter, I was looking at the U.S. economic calendar. Pretty quiet for today.
oh, since the question was asked, I was just I thought I'd answer a question. What have I got nearby? Here's a photo. Can you see this one? Hold on. Let's see if this will actually show up. Oh, focus, focus. There's me. Oh, where am I? There's me
Yeah.
with hair. It's a wedding photo. How about that? Here's one with me with hair. How about that? That's
Look
going
at
back
that
a
set
little
of
bit.
hair, man. Yeah.
Yeah,
Look
look
at
at the
that.
hair. Huh? Same guy, you think? Anyways, couple of decades apart. Anyways, all right. Now I've screwed up my camera, so all right.
It's
Anyways,
back.
pretty late on the economic calendar, you guys. You can tell it's a Friday. We're just you're just tooling around here. We've got the consumer sentiment that's coming out at 10 o'clock. Not a big number, so really nothing to report on the economic calendar front. So um, it's going to be pretty quiet. That being said, been a great trading week. For my strategy, anyways, lots of opportunities, lots of great movement all day movement. Yesterday we were watching Nvidia go into the close, trying to break 145, and it was just smashing its head against that 145 with massive size. There were millions of shares literally sitting on the ask at 145, and it just could not get through that level. So fascinating stuff. Normally the afternoons are pretty boring. Not this week. It's been good. So let's see. Hopefully Friday can continue. So let's we'll
Yeah.
go to the gappers list, and hopefully it'll give us something interesting to watch.
Yep, absolutely, friends. Let's dive into it. You can always take a look at the Gappers list brought to you by tradingterminal.com. You could head on over there and see our scanners plus anything that might be active for the day. Let's start here with the first one. Again, a lot of energy oil companies today, given what's going on with the potential strikes with Iran and Israel. I don't know all the details. That's just the headline that I saw. I'm not sure who did what, who killed who, but pretty much they killed some high officials, I guess, back and forth. So again, don't know the details, but obviously that tension is building up. Let's take a look at HUSA this morning. These are Houston American, up 76%, 3 million shares traded. It is a low flow stock of 1.2 million shares traded. So you can see it here, Peter. It's looking pretty active this morning. I'm not sure if this is energy related or do we have something else going on?
I don't know. I mean, a few weeks ago, it looks like they did a reverse 1-for-10 split. So that would have, reduced their inventory by tenfold. I'm not sure why it's popping up now. I mean, it seems like it was quiet for a few days after that split. Did nothing for a while. Now it's just getting some movement. I don't see any news on it. So I don't know what's going on.
All right, that could be just the low flow of the day that is just going crazy here with no news, which typically happens. Again, this is a very low flow stock at 1.2. It's also sitting on the American Stock Exchange, which normally I don't like the way those tickers trade. I tend to avoid them. But again, it is in play today. Be very, very careful. Won't be on my list. It's just not something I typically trade. So let's go on to the next one here. The next one is going to be HUKK. And if I look at this today, did I get that right? Nope, sorry, not HUNUKK. So if I look at this morning, we're up 40%, 933,000 shares traded. Again, Peter, another low flow at 3.2 million shares flow. So very low flow here. Anything going on that we're aware of or just regular low flow activities?
This is yeah, look, I mean I've never heard of this company, but this is Nucleus Group. Um they what are they doing? On their purpose on their website says they aim to build a thriving and secure future through transformative initiatives in technology, real estate, financial services, and industry. That's pretty vague. I still don't know what they do. It looks like it's an acquisition company. Why are they popping up? No idea, Carlos. We seem to be getting weird stuff on this Friday, so not sure what that
Yeah,
means.
yeah. We we are definitely getting some weird action here. Not sure what that means. We'll skip it. Again, doesn't look. It's very active right now. If we go back to it real quick here, it's very active right now. But look at the moves here, man. 12, $14 up to 18, back to 16. So,
Yeah.
just if you're going to, especially pre-market. Remember, there's no volatility halts in pre-market. Just be careful if you decide to touch this stuff. You got to know what you're doing. You got to have incredible risk management skills. And more importantly, a strategy that actually works that you have repeated over and over again and actually made money on. So if you don't, this is one you might want to skip on here. UMAC is next. We've seen UMAC on our list a couple of times. It's been on and off on usual machines. Today they're back on this morning, up almost 9% here, 463,000 shares traded. And you can see on the daily here, we've been moving quite a bit. So Peter, back on the list, one that we are seeing many times on this Gappers list. I don't think I traded it. I mean, I don't think you traded it, so not sure if it's going to be on our list again today.
Yeah, like you said, been on and off our list last well for this whole week, really. With the new, I think the big news that they had earlier was about the leasing of a large facility, a 17,000 square foot facility, a drone motor plant. Again, the wording of every article I read was a little weird that they leased a 17,000 square foot drone motor plant. I've got to believe that they leased a facility that they're going to turn into a drone motor plant, because I can't believe there was a fully fabbed out motor plant just available for lease. So, anyways, and also today they announced that they actually were terminating their agreement to acquire another company called Loft. So Aloft. Sorry, Aloft, Aloft. So, and that's, I mean, usually the company acquiring something takes a hit because of the cost of the acquisition. I guess they've decided it's not as good a deal anyway. So, or maybe they discovered something that they really were not forthcoming on details as to why they terminated it. They just say they terminated in accordance with the termination provisions in the agreement. And they say that the transaction, as structured, no longer aligns with the strategic priorities of either organization. So, no statement out of Aloft. So I guess they were in agreement with that. But anyways, yeah, they're getting a little pop probably because of that. But if you look at the daily, I mean, it's still within the range it's been trading in. So yeah, probably nothing to see or do here. I noticed, Carlos, are you seeing the same? This trades on the American Stock Exchange. We don't see many of those.
Yeah, you know what? Last time we pulled this up, I did not realize that because again, we barely run into that. Like I noticed today on this low flow stock. What's the one today? HUSA.
Oh,
This is also an American Stock Exchange. We don't like those pretty much, but yeah, they trade very different. The price action is not the
yeah.
same. A lot of ETFs, if you know, sit on the American Stock Exchange. So I think the SPY sits on it, right? Yeah, like for example, SPY, which you look at a ton, sits on the American Stock Exchange. So known for a lot of the ETFs. I'm just curious now. NVDL. Oh no, NVDL is Nasdaq. Okay. But yeah, so not typically something we'll trade. I'll keep it off my list as well. Here's another one, Peter, that we've been talking a lot about this week. Seems like Xena Tech, right? So Xena is up here again, up 6.1. And just look at this daily. They're just making a lot of noise. It's not a great daily either. Seems like they love to gap up and sell back down. I'm just not a fan of that type of price action. Let's see what the daily looks like. Here's yesterday. I mean, this is as messy as it can get. This is pretty bad. Low volume and moving like this. You want no parts of that. Let's look at the day before, just in case that was a one-off. Same thing. He had a nice drop off, but then after that, just no volume. Yeah, I don't see this tradable. It looks just messy. Today's not going to be any different for me. Peter, your thoughts on it?
I agree with you. I mean, you just have to look at that daily to see how it's sort of like red every day, but really it's just a wiki. You know, it's bouncing up and
Yeah.
down, not easily tradable. I didn't really watch it during the day. I flipped to it once or twice, and it sort of was. It just looked like an angry stock, sort of like Xena in the chat room there. She's looking angry. So
See, that is
I
angry.
think
Yeah.
that yeah,
I
not a
remember
stock
this
I'm going to
show,
spend
man.
time on.
This show was
I
interesting.
never
It was
really watched
interesting.
it. I never
Yeah,
watched it myself.
was it WB? Was it Channel 11 here in New York? Again, I don't remember, but it came on after a couple other shows that we really liked. So it just kind of, it was not like now. You don't like something, no problem. You stream whatever you want. You didn't have those choices back then. What was on, what was on. You're watching what was on. You were not getting choices, and there she is here, punching us in the face. There we go.
I,
That's exactly what it
I
looks
think
like.
there were a lot of shows that survived off of just being. I mean, it used to be primetime placement, right? Like if
Yeah.
you were right after the most popular show, that's how they would promote a show because, like you said, people would just leave it on because you only had a couple of channels and you could get, even if you weren't a great show, you could get popular because of that. Because I look back at some of the stuff that we used to watch, and I'm like, that show is not good. So,
Yeah. Yeah. And I
but I don't
remember
know.
being young, and then a show would come on where it's like, this show is so boring. I don't get it. And it was Seinfeld. I was too young to understand the jokes,
Too young
and
for it.
too
Oh
young
wow,
for it. So
yeah.
I'm like, this boring show is coming on. It would come on like around 10 o'clock, I think it was, or 9 o'clock. I forget the time. But once it came on, I was like, this is so boring. Now, after, it's just like, wow, this was the best show ever, but I didn't get the jokes back when I was that young. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, yeah. So Xena, we'll keep it off the list. Looks horrible, and like you said, like Peter said, he said it best. The stock looks angry, and it sure does. You are GN, so you are GN this morning, up 4.8 right now, for 543,000 shares traded. Wow, we haven't added anything to our list. I just noticed that it is completely blank. So this gap up list really not delivering anything good at the moment. URGN, as you can see here, big day yesterday. We're having some more action today. We're up 5.1, 544,000 shares traded. And lowest flow stock at 38 million shares flow, so a little bit on the lower side. I just don't know. Big day yesterday again, going from 7 to 12. We'll have to see what today brings. And even that 7 to 12, like, look how great this daily looks. But the intraday action doesn't look that good for yesterday at all. It all happened in like one pop at 2 o'clock. So nothing all day. A pop at 2 o'clock. So that creates that beautiful daily you're seeing. But that was nasty. It's not good at all. It won't be on my list.
No. So a couple pieces of news on this Eurogen Pharma. They got approval. I mean, it's gapping up probably because of yesterday. They got approval by the FDA for their vesicle solution. Anyways, I can tell I'm not a medical guy. Anyways, but they do have a class action lawsuit being opened against them for people that feel, whose feelings were hurt by, who were financially harmed. Levi and Korzinski, the law firm of Levi and Korzinski, are going after them for anybody that feels that they were adversely impacted by the stock in the past. And you can go to their website and fill out a form and see if you can join. So, is this for a drug problem or is it for a stock problem? I'm not even sure.
Uh, who knows? But
Hmm.
this reminds me of my Apple. Where's my Apple?
It looks like it's a drug.
$20 per
Yeah, it looks
device.
like it's a
It
drug
is.
thing. Anyways,
Yeah.
it's not a
Yeah.
stock thing. Oh, that's good. I feel better if it's a drug thing. Frankly, people that go
Mm-hmm.
after companies to say that they were hurt because the stock dropped. I'm like, part of the game, dude. Like, just suck it up. But anyways, so
That
the
doesn't
the,
make any
the
sense.
investigation says, anybody that feels that they were harmed by the alleged activity, because of course they can't say it was real problem. But anyways, I'm not tradable. No crying in the casino.
No
Exactly.
cry in the
No
casino.
crying in the
Exactly.
casino.
Good stuff, man. Yeah, this makes me think about my Apple credits. Where's my $20 per device? I put in for up to 5 devices that you can reclaim
Yeah.
your lawsuit thingy or whatever. I'm waiting. I'm waiting to see what's going on. But all right, let's continue here. Here's our gappers list, guys. We haven't added anything to my primary list. This is why everything has not been great. I think the next one will be good. not MP, Oxy. I think Oxy will be great. XOM is definitely in place today. Will probably be on my secondary. Normally doesn't trade very well, and then we'll see about this other one. But let's look at MP. I think we saw MP yesterday, and I did not like it. And today we'll see, well, 4.5 here, 770,000 shares traded on the daily yesterday. You did get a nice pop here. Again, very light volume. So I don't know how well this price action would have been. Yes, it looks beautiful now, but again, the volume is extremely light of this 5 minutes. So then since there, it just kind of went sideways. And then the big move, right? You got this beautiful daily, similar to the other stock, right? You say, hey, but this went from 26 to 29. But if you look at it here, it all happened like in just the last couple of minutes here out of nowhere, right? So interesting stock today. I think you're gonna might get more of that weirdness. I will keep it off my list as well. So again, no cigar for this one either. Peter, anything to add on this MP materials?
Nothing to add on MP materials. No.
Yep. All right, we'll move on to Oxy. So I will be watching Oxy, obviously, given everything that's going on today with oil prices heading higher. And this is one of those stocks that can trade very well when energy or oil is in play. So I will be putting it on the list. But clearly, Peter, we all kind of know what's going on here, and a lot of energy tickers active and not energy oil tickers active this morning. So I will be adding on the list. Any
Yeah.
of these that you like today?
Well, we mentioned the HUSA HUSA earlier. I said I didn't know what was going on because there's nothing specific to the company. I maybe they operate in this space or maybe it's just general oil prices. But yeah, we've got Oxy on the list. I noticed ExxonMobil XOM is on the list. A couple of smaller oil and gas companies. So yeah, oil prices. The price of a barrel of Brent crude jumped higher overnight as the futures went higher. Intermediate crude prices are up about 8.3%, 8.5%, as tensions increase once again after the Israel strikes Iran with some surprise attacks. And yeah, it's driving oil prices higher, so these oil and gas companies are going higher. Um, like you said, I don't know. Like, I guess you can watch Oxy. Oxy traditionally has been one of the better trading ones, but it's also been a few years since we actually traded Oxy. Um, so I'm not sure I want to do Oxy.
Which oxy are we talking about here, man? Oil or
Well,
but yeah,
that's what I'm
100%.
saying.
Um, yeah, I'll keep it on the list now. It might, we'll see. We might move it to secondary. I agree. We have not traded this in a long time. But I think today might be their day. Let's see how it goes here. All right, that what else? That kind of covers our gappers list, friends. Again, gap up. Not a whole lot that looks great here. I mean, I picked off Oxy here. Other than that, you can watch XOM on the secondary list. Today could be their day if they are going to do something. But man, really nothing good here. Peter, anything you like that's gapping up this morning that we have not discussed yet?
Well, like you said, almost everything is gapping down today, so we're seeing a little bit of a down day. Apple is the only one that's gapping up, and not by much from the major stocks. I mean, in terms of everything gapping down, it's but yeah, all of my semiconductors, all the Magnificent Seven except Apple, are all gapping down. Even Bitcoin prices are down this morning, down to 104. So although they like we were saying, they did do pretty well yesterday. They had been to a high of just over 110, and yeah, they dropped to a low of about 102 overnight. So it's yeah, it seems like a pretty. I'm afraid it's going to be a quiet Friday. I want to continue the fun and action of today or of this week, but
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
it's yeah, it's feeling quiet. So
Yeah, it can be crazy
oh,
every day, but this week
oh
has been
my.
good.
Oh wow, and it is. I didn't realize that. Today is Friday the 13th. Wow.
Oh, I
Yes.
did not realize that either. Look at that.
People I did not make that connection. So I should have put my wait, somewhere around here. I've got a anyways, I'll go find it in a minute. But
Yeah, yeah,
all
look
right,
at that.
yes. One of those days.
One of those days. 13. I gotta figure out what the number 13, right? It's an issue with that number. But hey man, if you ever wanna, fly on a 787, seat number 11A is where you wanna sit. The price on that seat is probably gonna go up super high.
Yes.
Like everybody's gonna want that seat now. Let's see here. There's Peter. There you
There
go.
we go. Happy Friday the 13th.
Happy Friday 13, man.
Is that creepy enough?
Yeah, it is
I
kind
need
of
a
creepy.
I don't have like a chainsaw or a big knife or something. Got some gross pliers. So
I would love for your wife to walk in and be like, "What the heck is
what
going
the
on
yeah.
here?"
Nah, she's
What do you do
downtown at
for
work.
what? How do you make money again, Peter? Like, what do you do, honey?
Thought you did something
um,
serious.
yeah, I thought you was like some kind of corporate
Yeah.
stuff. All right, friends. But yeah, let's see what's going on there. And again, I was just mentioning that one survivor, man. It is crazy that this guy survived the crash. So out of the 242 people,
Yeah, that's
one.
what
That is
was
wild,
so
man.
weird. It was always weird in the reporting where they say, well, he opened the door and jumped out. And I'm like, wait, what? Like
Yeah, no, no.
mid-flight? You don't survive that. But really, what happened is because he was beside the door, he was able to escape the fuselage, and I guess he was enough. He was in sort of the right position to have survived. So, yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway.
it's crazy. If you see the explosion, it's just can't believe he walked off of that. But yeah,
Mhm.
we'll see. All right, let's take a look here, friends. So let's see what's gapping down. I mean, the gap up list bombed. Let's see what's gapping down here this morning. Let's look at SBET. So far, we are down 67%, 5.6 million shares traded, and you see the drop here. Not typically not a great stock. I typically don't watch this one. Shares only 100,000 shares for short on it. It is on SSR. Just a lot of red flags for me personally, so it won't be on my list, Peter. Is there anything you like on this one?
No, not really. I every time I see SBET, isn't there wasn't there like a TV channel that had that? I picture a star after it. I don't. Am I am I just hallucinating? Am I imagining things? Was
I
there
don't
like some
know.
sort of? I don't. It was like a kids channel, or maybe it was like a celebrity channel, or
Like the
I never
Magic
watched
School
it. I
Bus
just
type
always flipped
thing,
by it
like
'cause it never had
like.
anything I was
Mm,
interested in on it. But it seems to me, I don't know. I have the Bet Music channel, but anyways, I don't know.
mm.
I'm not sure. And every time I see this stock, it comes up occasionally. I have this image of a star logo somehow associated with this, and I don't know where I'm getting it from. And I was just trying to search it, and I couldn't find anything. So apparently, my brain is misfiring. But any event, no, I don't like the stock. I don't really see it's a gaming stock here, SharpLink Gaming. I don't. Apparently, the secondary offering is probably the reason why it's here. But and they made an acquisition. It looks like they're acquiring a company called ETH for $462 million, inclusive of fees.
Ah, here's
So
here's where you're connecting the BET. BET logo has a star in it.
okay, is it the
Yep.
Black
Black
African American
Entertainment.
channel?
No, Black
Huh.
Entertainment Television.
Maybe that's it.
It
Maybe
has a star in it.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yep.
Could be. Anyways, then my apologies to anybody that watched it, because again, I know it was something that I just sort of flipped by. Um, but oh yeah, maybe that doesn't look like what
You
I'm
know,
picturing
you're
in my
thinking like of a star, like flying like the Magic School Bus type
yeah
star that comes out.
yeah, or like
I know what you're
yeah,
talking
like
about. Yeah.
the more you know type star thing, but I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah, yeah.
sure what I
Yeah.
don't think that's it. Anyways, whatever, doesn't matter. I'm having like brain misfires apparently. So, all right. So yeah, SBET again made this acquisition. It's oddly specific, by the way, in the press release that they bought this SharpLink Gaming for exactly $462,947,816. That's very specific. Anyway,
Yeah.
maybe Tunde, that looks better. That's more what I'm not sure. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Moving on. Let's move on.
Peter wants to get off this topic really quickly.
Yeah,
He can't make the link of what the mind is, what his brain
uh,
is linking. But all right, let's see if we could link some stocks in play here, man. This list not looking great. ACHR.
yep.
Here we go. H Aviation. Where's Joby? Usually both of these are like on the list together. I only see Archer Aviation today. So these guys are up. Excuse me. They're down 14%. So pretty big drop here this morning. Not looking so hot. And again, if you look at this gap down list, guys, everything is on here. We're not gonna be able to go through everything here. It's just way too much. But all our favorite tickers for the most part are down this morning. Oh, look at that. Baba, my favorite Chinese ticker, also on here. So let's pick off a few. We'll do the top 3 or so, and then we'll
Yeah.
hop around to what you guys like, right? So we did SBET, Arch Aviation. Peter, what's going on this one today? Big gap down for them.
Secondary offering. If you know, this
Oh,
sector had taken off, pun intended, with the announcement, the executive order that they were going to be supporting the eVTOL, which is the electric vertical takeoff and landing vehicles. Anyways, Archer's taking advantage of that by issuing 85 million shares at $10 a share. So they're looking to raise 850 million. And look at where the price is. This is what happens often. It went right to that offering price. So, yeah, not tradable.
yeah. Not tradable. We'll leave it alone. Let's take a look at CCL, also on the list here this morning. So travel being hurt. We're hurt. Well, obviously, oil is a big thing for these people, right? Moving those big ships. So Carnival down 5.7, 776,000 shares traded right now. Could, I don't know. We've seen a lot more volume. This obviously being affected by it, but could be a good secondary because it can trade well if it does get good volume, Peter. So I will have this on the list. What's your thoughts on this and any travel company on here? So I'm sure there's some airlines got to be on here. I don't see them yet, but airlines got to be
Yeah.
taking a hit as well.
Yeah. So the concern is with the oil prices, right? So oil prices spiking up suddenly is good for the oil and gas producers because the inventory they have on hand is suddenly worth more, right? It's bad for those that are buying from them, like the large cruise lines that obviously have to buy a lot of diesel and a lot of fuel, as well as the airlines. That being said, I mean, most of them have long-term contracts, So there's not as much of an immediate impact as people worry about, but it could affect, if they're re-signing a contract or have to, they go over their limits and have to buy at market, then that'll be a problem for them. So I noticed CCL on here, and the only news seems to be related to this again, the Israel attacks here on Iran's nuclear and missile facilities, and the resulting oil price change. So, but like you said, Carlos, I thought the airlines would be on here too. I mean, airlines are down, and they're down all about 5%. They just don't have. Well, I mean, they should be on here. American Airlines should be on our list.
I see Delta. American Airlines, yes, it should be on here. Down
Delta
5%.
just has enough volume, and American has like 1.4 million shares. It looks awful, the trading, but it usually does on American. So
yeah, I will put American Airlines on deck this morning. We'll see how well that trades. So we'll put it on the secondary list, because you're right, it does look pretty bad pre-market. We just need more volume out of that one, but this one tends to get great volume. I'll put Delta here as well. We'll come back and see how that looks in just a second. Yep. It's not on there. Not sure why. It's got good volume. Is it maybe? Do we have a filter on average true range? I think we do. And maybe American Airlines has not moved that much. That could be it.
Yeah.
Because if you look at it, it's been it's been flat.
Good. Yeah. That's probably The ATR is only 45 cents. I think we have it set at 50 cents or something like that. So. Or a dollar. I don't even know what we have it set at, but yes, that's probably why.
I think it's 50. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yep. All right, there it is. That's the reason why I'm going to add it, because today is obviously big news for any travel companies. You can see here NCLH. They're all on here this morning. Pick your favorite out of all of these. I'm going to go with CCL and American Airlines and Delta on the secondary list. All right, back to our gappers list, friends. So we kind of covered some of the travel stuff. CoreWeave has not been having fun. Big drop for them yesterday, drop today. They did recover a little bit here. You can see it on the daily, so a bit of a recovery right over here. And then today, gapping down again. So again, fun kind of stalling. I'm not going to say the fun is over, because this stock has moved quite a bit. This could be a regular pullback given how much it has moved. But we also, like you said, Peter, people on social media think the stock should be at $25. So we'll see if those believers push the stocks down. So fun to watch. I will have it on my secondary list. I traded it only once so far, but it's a great stock to even watch the action on. So on my secondary list for sure.
Yeah, and look, who knows what the valuation? I mean, this is the perfect storm for a company, right? CoreWeave, $71 billion market cap, no income. So it's impossible to determine, is this thing fairly valued or not, because it's pre-income, and like if you've watched, what was the name of that show? Whatever that show was, where it was the high tech show where the guy's like, no revenue. I just know that I've only seen a couple episodes of it, and it was like, I don't want any revenue. As soon as we get $1 of revenue, people then can figure out how to value us. If we have no money, they can't figure it out. So, anyways,
I don't know what that is. Yeah.
It was the guy that he was all despondent at one point because he wasn't a billionaire anymore. He's only a 900 millionaire, and. Is it called Silicon Valley? Was that? Yeah, that sounds about right. Anyways, yeah.
All right.
Anyways,
we'll see what else we got here, friends. So, good morning. I see a lot of you guys just joining now. Good morning over on YouTube. Hit that thumbs up. That's probably the most action you're getting out of this watch list today. It's pretty flat right now. I haven't seen anything that I truly love out of this gappers list, but scrolling down here, there's Joby. I knew Joby was going to come up. It never leaves Archer Aviation alone. They seem to always be like on the same page here. So there's Joby. Again, we won't talk about or have it on the list, but there it is as well. All right, Peter, I'm going to stop here. There's just so many stocks to watch. What do you like this morning off the gappers list?
Look, I'm going to continue to watch the semis. Again, fascinating price action on NVIDIA yesterday as it was trying to break that 145 limit. We're sitting well below that this morning as we're opening up. So really that 145, whatever was going on there seems to have come and gone. and never hit. Right, we never got to that volume, and it's all been pulled. So, it doesn't look like today we're going to retest that, but who knows? I mean, this thing could take off again. I'm going to keep it. I'm going to watch it just in case. I want to be there if it does, because that was pretty fun. Other than that, yeah, we got the usuals. Tesla's continued to give us, some interesting price action. You had to be patient for it yesterday, though. Tesla pretty ugly at the open, but then midday it did this really weird move where it spiked to a high and then just started to drop and just continued to drop through the end of the day. So little odd, but still, we're looking for opportunities, and Tesla definitely provides it. So Carlos, other than that, as I said, a lot of the usual. When you get a day like this, I just go back to the stuff that I know I can trust, and just wait to see if it's going to give me opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. Another one that can trade very well is POTR. I'll put that one on my list as well. Yeah. And yeah, we're going to go with usual suspects today because off the gappers list, didn't really see a whole lot that I like.
Yeah, PLTR was not good yesterday. I was trying to keep an eye on that. I'm like, when is it going to do something? And it was just bouncing in this terrible range yesterday. It was the trading was not good on PLTR.
It was horrible. And we've seen it do this in the morning, then have a breakout either up or down. It's usually up, right? Loves to break out to the upside. But yesterday was just madness, right? Oklo, how did Oklo do? I know Oklo is another one that was very active, much better than PLTR. Look at this nice breakout later in the day, a little bit in the morning, and then the sell down. At least it moved. And it could be interesting today, though. You're bringing this up here, Ahmed, over on our YouTube chat. Yeah, it could be interesting today. We're down 5.2, 3.5 million shares traded. This is another one that has been very active as well. I'll throw it on the secondary list. I'll reorganize this list a little bit later as we move forward. All right, friends, my list so far, not in any order of favorites. Oxy, CCL, NVIDIA, Tesla, and PLTR on the main list. American Airlines, Delta, CoreWeave, and Oklo on the secondary list. And I'll flip those around a little bit and kind of make them more organized. But that's what we have so far right now. Let's take a look at what you guys like this morning. We'll start here in our chat and see what our friends are looking at today. Let's go over here and see what you guys like. So throw some tickers out there. RBNE. What is that? RBNE. Robin Energy. Yeah, so energy plays, right? So another energy ticker here that's taken off. This is very, very active.
26
very
million
active.
shares.
Yeah, up 256%. Look at that pop.
It feels like a little bit of an overreaction just because oil prices went up 8%. The stock goes up 200%, 250%.
Yeah. This is like the low flow they found to kind of play into it. Be careful, guys. Be careful. I'm sure that this is a low flow ticker.
What is this company?
No.
It's out of Cyprus. It's Robin Energy. I mean, it's in the oil and gas sector, but I mean, this has got under an $8 million market cap with 1 million shares in the float. Like, how do you have? It's hard to run an oil and gas company with an $8 million valuation. Like, one tanker shipment is normally worth more than that. So they're engaged in the acquisition, ownership, chartering, and operation of ocean-going tanker vessels. Oh, okay.
Yeah, careful.
Okay.
If you like that one. Yeah.
They're not an oil and gas producer. They basically ship they're the shippers. Sounds like.
Gotcha.
Right. Anyways.
Very active today, guys. Be careful with that one. Looking at BA this morning, gapping down some more. Yeah, BA is not looking too hot. There's some more videos coming out that there could have been some equipment failure here. But again, too early to tell. Everybody wants to be first on what they think it is, in their opinion. But there's some videos they're showing, man, where it doesn't sound good. And then the guy that survived, Peter, he said that, again, if he even remembers, you know how traumatized this guy is. Like, if he even remembers properly that he did hear a bang before the crash, right? So who knows? But yeah, that's not good. That's not good for them. They're gapping down this morning, 1.5, 323,000 shares traded. Say again, Peter?
Sorry, I'm still investigating Robin Energy. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm on their website, and I went to their fleet list, and their fleet list literally has one ship, and they clearly say in plain English, we own one product tanker vessel with a cargo carrying capacity of 36,718 dry DWT. What is that? Dry weight tons, metric ton, and whatever that stands for.
Yeah.
I'm not a shipping guy, as you could tell. But anyways, what I'm trying to figure out is if they own even just one ship, and it's apparently it's built in South Korea and it's out of the Hyundai Mipo dockyard, and the company valuation is only $7.8 million. Can't you buy the entire company and now own a ship? I mean, that would be a cheap way to get a ship. Surely it's got to be worth more than $8 million. I mean, I assume it's highly leveraged, but this feels, it just seems weird.
Sketchy,
So,
sketchy.
anyway,
Yeah, it feels a little
yeah.
shady.
Anyways, whatever's going
I
on.
mean, hey, listen, the stock is on fire. I mean, look at this thing go,
Yeah,
almost to
sure.
300%. I mean, you got in at $10 here. If you traded, you're up, 2,000 change, $3 now. No halts. This would have got halted already, but no halts in the pre-market.
Yeah.
So keep going. But man, this is where traders get heart attacks and a white beard or blow up their account. So just be careful. Don't leave those white hairs away.
Maybe yesterday somebody figured out what I just said and they went and bought up a bunch of shares, and that's what's driving it up. So they've already
Could be.
made 280% of their money and laughing. I don't know.
Man, this. Careful, guys. Careful. Let's take a look here at quantum. I see a lot of you guys throwing out some quantum tickers. We'll look at QUBT. We'll look at QBTS. QUBT this morning, they're not doing much. Down here, just 3%, 989,000 shares traded. Hard to borrow on QUBT. So this got turned on because it wasn't like that just a few days ago. Or at least I didn't realize that. So hard to borrow on QUBT. That's not good. QBTS. This one here, you do have shares for short on this one, so if you want to short it, 4 million, so plenty. Down 3%, 1.8 million shares traded. It's got better volume for sure. I don't know, man. I've been watching these closely, and they have not been trading all that great. They've been in play, they've been active, there's a lot of news over AI stuff, but the Nvidias of the world have been trading a little bit better. This stuff gives you a hard time to get going and get that continuation. So yes, it has been moving, but it has not been the easiest opportunity out there, I believe. So I'm gonna leave these alone for now. RH is another one that I remember this ticker. It's one of the stocks I was trading like a mad low flow stock. It's back a few years ago. I mean, it was just moving, just erratic, man. It just made no sense. And yeah, so be careful. Volume tends to be a little bit lower on this one. It is up 18% today. 154,000 shares traded, but again, a lot of the big gap up happening over after hours last night. I don't expect it to trade well. It normally does not trade well, even with this nice gap up they have today. So just be careful. I usually avoid this one. RH. We know this ticker from way back when, and again, just not a great trading stock overall. All right, let's take a look at one more here, Riot, and then we'll call it. And we'll look at what we're doing today. Riot this morning down 3%, 913,000. Yeah, same thing here. All just down slightly and really not moving a whole lot. So, all right, friends, let's get over to what's more exciting than some of the stuff we just saw on the gappers list. It's going to be our bearwoodtraders.com website. And when you head on over there, if you click on webinars, you can see what's happening for the next 2 weeks. So click on webinars, scroll down. You can see what's happening every single day, but we'll focus today, which is Friday.
Yeah, and I think I overdid it. It's I opened all the windows to air out the house this morning, and it's a little colder than I had anticipated out there because the house seems to have equalized to the outdoor temperature now, and I'm freaking freezing. What is it? It's 11 degrees. What is that? 51 Fahrenheit for you Americans. So it's a little cold in here. Gotta put a sweatshirt on. In any event, all right, guys, it's Friday. We don't have a lot of activity on Friday because we like to ease you into the weekend, give you a chance to sort of relax and focus. That being said, we do have, actually, we do not have anything today. This boot camp meeting that is normally on Friday is not happening today. We did get a notice from Mike that he is traveling. So he's finally leaving Europe. He has been on a European tour. And it was funny. He was telling me, he said, like, now that he's been there for like 2 months now. Yeah, 2 months. And he said, it feels like a deployment, right? He just wants to be somewhere, with his own pillow and just be home. And I can understand that. My wife gets that way after like 2 weeks on the road. So I can't imagine 2 months. But not that it wasn't a lot of fun. Saw a ton of stuff, but I think we can all appreciate that, right? Sometimes you just want to get home. So, anyways, he's flying today. So this boot camp meeting not happening. We wish him safe travels, of course, to him and the family. And yeah, take a break. If you're going to trade today, trade smart. We had some great trading opportunities out there yesterday and all week. Today, not sure what to expect. It might be a little quieter. Like we said, not a lot of economic activity. The markets seem relatively quiet, but there is news. Right, like we said, the Middle East news between Iran and Israel, of course, the oil prices as a result of that, and who knows what's going to be coming out of the White House. That's always, creates market opportunity. Whatever you do, be smart with it. If you want to join us here at the chat room, though, it's business as usual, right? We're still going. Chat room's open. We have conversation. And if there's one place to go that's going to let you know about what's happening and sort of alert you to the things that are moving, our chat room will do it. We got so many active traders in there that are just always great at sharing their information. It is truly an awesome community. So consider joining us. You go to bearbulltraders.com and get all the information from the intro right to the elite annual. Pick the package that's right for you, and we'd be happy to welcome you to the chat room at some time soon. And if you've already done that, or even if you just wanted to sort of say, well, I'm not sure that about the chat room, but I'd love to be able to trade and sort of see if I could make some money off of it, then you might want to consider our funded account option. Again, it's been ongoing for a while now, and we just haven't mentioned it a lot. Yesterday, I talked a little bit about it. You can go to our website, go under funded account, and you can find out the information. It's a $50,000 basically the trading value of the account is $50,000. But bottom line, if over the course of the funded account you make money, we will pay you money. And I say that's a royal we because it's Andrew that actually pays you the money. But he's looking to invest in your future. Seriously, you're trading in a simulator, but if you make money, he's paying out. We had an interview yesterday with someone who we paid, right? He made over $11,000 trading that account. And as you can see, he's issued many checks in the past to those that have successfully completed that and traded maturely. We want to invest in your success. And if you can prove that you can trade over the long term, that's good. It's good for us. It's good for the community. And frankly, it's good for trading at large. So it's a great opportunity. Check it out. If it's for you, great. If you have got questions, we're here to answer them. Don't be afraid to reach out either to Andrew directly or to myself or Carlos. We're all happy to answer. It's Andrew at bearbulltraders.com, Peter at bearbulltraders.com. If you want to email us, we're happy to answer your questions. So check it out. These the funded account option is sort of a great opportunity. Again, if it's something you're interested in. All right, let's set some levels, Carlos. I see that we're getting to the time where we need to start switching over to live trading mode, but we need to set some levels. I'll let you know what our moderators are watching first, and then we'll get on with it.
Yep, absolutely, friends. Let's take a look at some stuff here. Oxy's first. High of the pre-market on Oxy. We'll slam it down over at 47.48. So there it is. Low of the pre-market sitting at 46.29. And then below that, guys, the highs and lows for the last two trading days all the way down here. We got a nice gap in between there. Let's see if there is some levels we can take off from that. And we do. Yeah, so right over here, nice level from the daily at 45.77. And then towards the top above some of these pre-market highs, we do have 48.45, really nice clean level, and then we also have 49.49. So let's see what Oxy does. Again, this is more of a possible. I might end up moving this down if we don't get the volume, but I think today's their day to be somewhat in play. Travel sectors in play here a little bit. CCL is not really getting great volume, like it's been stuck at 1.1 million for a bit here, But let's see what happens when the market opens and how these energy and travel stocks are going to react. 2201 is the low of the pre-market. The high is sitting over at 2304. So we're going to put one there. And then if we head over here, we do have another level at 2251 as well. Towards the top, highs and lows. Good job there. Do not need to add anything else. And then towards the bottom, 2164. It's a great level there as well. So again, down 6.1, good volume on CCL. We usually don't see this stock unless there's some kind of issue, and today there is an issue. So we'll see how that is going to play out with CCL. Nvidia this morning, 143.46, high of the pre-market, the low over at a 141.40. Once we do that, again, it's just we've been just stuck. Like we moved up pretty well, we moved up excellent, and then we just kind of been stuck here between all these back and forth levels. So kind of really heavy in this range of that 141, and the top of that range over around 145. Let's see which way we can break. Towards the top, you're set. You got the big range there with the heavy resistance at 145. Towards the bottom, we're going to be looking at 140, and then clearly it's a big level here. This is 140, 136.53. But right before we get to that, there's some minor area of support and resistance. 138, 87. You can see there's a couple of days bouncing off of that. Right, next we have Tesla, our good buddy. And this has been very active. Look at the days. Look at the trading days on Tesla the last couple of days. Issues with Musk and Trump. Then the bounce back with him refocusing on Tesla. All kinds of stuff happening here. And their robo-taxi. It's just, you name it. Tesla has all the drama and news you need to trade it. So be on our list again today. 309.48 is the low of the pre-market here. And then towards the bottom, we do have 291.55. A big level there. And then right in here, this kind of a minor area, 302.28 could be good as well for Tesla. Towards the top, we do have plenty highs and lows for the last two trading days. Do not need to add anything else. Our good buddy POTR, which was not great yesterday, but has been really great for most parts of the week here, the month really. So let's see what happens today. 131.95 is the low of the pre-market. The high at 134.10. And again, the daily towards the top, plenty of levels. Do not need to add anything there. Don't make it more confusing and complicated than what it needs to be. Towards the bottom, we're going to add 128.02. And then right in here, another really great level, guys, 130.05. You definitely want to have that there in case POTR does start pulling back. All right, Peter, what is our team watching? And then we'll be getting ready for live trading with Andrew and Brian coming up.
All right, guys. Our moderators are getting their lists in as always, and as usual, we'll start with Lenny. He's got his mega list with AMD, Apple, Nvidia, Tesla, Oklo, Oracle. I don't know that Oracle's going to be a good second day play, but he's got it. He'll let us know. And of course, Adobe, ADBE. Interesting. Nathan's watching the usual Magnificent 7 and AMD. Thor's got his eye on the futures and Apple and AMD today. Phil's watching Tesla, Nvidia, PLTR, QBTS, CoreWeave, CRWV, and Delta Airlines. Gary is looking at PLTR, CoreWeave, OKLO, Adobe, and CRCL. That's that recent IPO that Jared put us on to. Andrew watching Oracle. He says he's already long with the swing from yesterday. He had a great trade on it yesterday, guys. Check out his recap at the end of our pre-market show in the morning, and or sort of middle, I guess you can sort of see he recaps his trade. Great trade. Nvidia and Tesla is what Andrew's watching today. I've got Tesla, Nvidia, PLTR, Apple, AMD, OKLO, and Oxy on my list. A couple of IPOs and SPACs to let you know about. Brian also will be trading live here momentarily. He's going to be watching Tesla, Nvidia, OKLO, Boeing, and the market indices. And last but not least, Brendan will be watching Tesla, Nvidia, AMD, QBTS, and OKLO. So there you go. Those are our moderator list. As always, Carlos has got his list at the bottom of the screen. You heard my alarm while I was talking. We're within 5 minutes of the open. In fact, we're only 3.5 minutes away from the open. So let's switch over to Andrew and Brian, and we'll keep going here with you live on YouTube.
Absolutely. We'll disconnect here. Trade safe, guys. And yeah, let's get ready to rock and roll. We'll get our charts ready and everything set here as Brian and Andrew get ready to trade live in chat. As Peter mentioned earlier, guys, if you want to see those guys trade live, head over to bearable.com. Scroll to the bottom. You can see the memberships that we have. We have a good membership. It's 19. Did that start, Peter? The membership we're talking about, $19 one. Did we do that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll get the team to send out a link. So $19, 2 weeks access to a bunch of stuff. So that is pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So definitely check it out. We get the question a lot. What is the environment like? What am I gonna learn? What is the benefit for me? Come find out. Come find out. I don't know. Benefits different for everybody. Come find out and see what works for you.
All right, guys. I'm just switching over here. I got to get my stuff going. All right, I'm gonna put Oxy over here. Why not? Just in case. I don't think it's gonna do anything interesting. I don't think Oracle's gonna be a second day play. That's not my expectation, but I could be wrong. Boeing, I also don't think it's going to do anything interesting today. Crash was big news yesterday, but I just don't think that's going to carry. I'm not, I don't have a lot of stuff here to watch today.
It's pretty quiet. There's nothing that sticks out like, oh, this is great. Let's look at this one.
Yeah.
This is like my favorite. Like usually you have like your favorite like 2 or 3 that you're gonna be really focusing in on. And yeah, I don't have that today. So I feel the same.
No.
I also got
all week.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I've had trade targets and good, actually, some trades with you guys live here right at the open when I don't normally. Yesterday I did not trade the open, even though I should have. But today I'm not feeling it. I don't have anything lined up. Nvidia, I'm not sure what it's doing. It's been my go-to for the open this week. I'm not sure. What I am sure is I do have to get some windows closed because it is getting cold in here. It's only 50 degrees outside, and again, I didn't realize it was that cold.
Yep.
And I opened like all the windows. So.
Oh man. And it's a short trading day for me too. So I trade very bad when I have to rush my trading. I noticed that people. Yeah. If I have an appointment, like I'll set an appointment, for the doctors like at 12, and even though I could be done by 12, and I'm usually am, there's this thing that's like you don't have all day.
I get it.
I don't know what it is.
No, hey, look, that's one of the things I had to assess in my trading, that I didn't realize that I had that pattern until I, went back and looked at my journal. I'm like, every day that I have a meeting later on, I trade worse in the morning, because you're right. You start rushing it. Well, I got to make my money now, and I don't have a chance. If I lose, I won't have a chance to make it back.
There's something about it, man. So
opening bell. Here we go.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah. See what happens. I'm sort of expecting a pop up on Nvidia, although wasn't looking that encouraging going into the open. But let's see what we get here. I still have in my head, of course, all that price action. We were sitting at the 145, 144, 70, 80, 90 yesterday. We could not get to 145. It was just stuck. So we'll see what happens here with Nvidia. It's 143 right now, so much below that. But markets are popping up here a little bit. Nvidia is popping up. Oxy is dropping, losing a little bit of what it had gained.
So funny. How can I take up? Remember, we're talking about pictures coming up. You are not gonna believe what picture came up. Let me see if I can show you this. I'll show you. Now we're talking about OneDrive bringing up pictures.
Oh yeah. It was listening to you?
No, it does this every day. It brings up the picture every day, but check out the one that came up today.
Oh, we need some focus.
Hold on.
It's just a big blurry.
Oh, I got it. I'll fix it. Hold on.
All right.
I have to get you to see this. Let me see if I can get it to focus first.
Is that me? Is that me in my love sack? Oh, look at that. There you go.
Reminder of this day. Peter and his love sack.
Yeah.
I'm like,
oh yeah,
look at
that was comfy.
So every day just gives me that. Some nice pictures.
Missed
All
that.
right, friends. Let's see what we got here. Hmm. Oxy, CCL popped up, Nvidia, Tesla on my list, looking bullish. PLTR trading nice today. PLTR trading really nice today. All right, so I'm watching PLTR.
I
Um,
I I feel like I'm going crazy here. I did go short on Nvidia. Took a partial at VWAP. I'm going to be very aggressive on stopping out because I'm not sure I should be doing this. I'm not sure what's happening to me.
Peter's
Why am I trading
becoming an opening range trader.
it? And
Heavy opening
all
range
right,
trader.
I just it came back up to my entry and I let it stop me out here because I'm not taking any risk on this. I don't. I even got
Let's
in and
go.
I'm like, I'm not sure that this is smart of me. What am I doing? But I made a couple of bucks. It's, and I'm out. Baby trade. Baby trade. So
Nvidia could be a good long too now. That's a good ABCD pattern.
yeah. Well that's I don't actually know what it wants to do here. It seems very uncertain, but I saw it hesitate up here. And this is it's sort of interesting, right? Nvidia went right to the level of the high it had set pre-market, like earlier this morning around 8 o'clock. And that's, I thought, okay, well, it's hesitating here. It's above VWAP. I don't love it, but I guess I've got a soft spot for Nvidia now because it's been my friend.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, let's see what it does. Let's see what it does next couple of minutes. I'll be looking for a
PLTR
5 minute ORB if we
PLTR's
can get
gone
it.
green and it's moving higher. Good, all green candles so far this morning.
Yeah, that's nice.
Looks like I'm not listening to the chat room. I should be doing that. Got to hear what's going on. Apparently Brian played PLTR.
Oh, beautiful. We got Juan in chat, play POTR. Manju, hopefully you took POTR as well. Ahmed, POTR and NVIDIA, hopefully you took one of those. Jack, Oxy. Yeah, Oxy's doing some things here. It's moving pretty good. Good volume as well.
Video looks weaker now. I don't want to go chasing this. I don't want to be silly. So even Andrew, 5 minutes in, Andrew's got no trades this morning. Wow, Andrew's still holding on to Oracle from yesterday. Interesting.
I mean, his entry's like at the beginning of the daily candle. Like his entries is so good on that thing. It was crazy. So you have such a cushion. Not bad.
Hmm.
Wow. Tesla, no pullback. POTR maybe not giving us a pullback, but Tesla's also took off here. CCL.
Andrew's
Yeah. What's he up to?
Andrew's trying along on PLTR here. He's hoping for another pop. That's an
Yeah.
Andrew style play, but not for me.
Off the previous day close, it could be a good 5 minute ORB. It's so kind of so extended off the VWAP, but let's see. If anyone could do it, it's POTR. POTR is
Yeah.
such an explosive stock, man. It's
I feel like I should have maybe been more aggressive and shorted Nvidia again as it was not able to break through that 143.50 area. But oh well. Anyways,
looking at Boeing. I was thinking about the guy that survived. If I was
mm,
him, I would not say anything against Boeing aircrafts given the history. You can't
Yeah.
survive twice. You can't be lucky twice. Just say, yeah, everything was
Oh,
working fine. The pilot
oh,
didn't know what he was doing. Don't say anything about the equipment. You'll be
that's harsh.
unalive very quickly, man.
That's
These guys
harsh,
are
Carlos.
brutal,
I
man.
mean,
Brutal. It's Friday the
yeah.
13th. There's nothing we cannot say that is can be as hard
I'm
as
not
for
sure.
Friday the 13th.
Yeah, I'm not sure you want to invoke. It feels like a risk position to start
Risky
doing that.
stuff,
But
man.
all right.
Risky, risky. Here's PTR off the previous day close. I think this is gonna go, Peter. Uh,
Mm, you could, yeah. Did you jump fast enough to get it off the previous close?
no, 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 no. I saw it once it was already bouncing off already. So I'm late, and I wouldn't take it like that. Like that's a hard trade to take. I like getting a little more confirmation. To take it
Right.
off the previous day close like that. That's not easy to do. But even on the 5 minute, you see this buying pressure coming in here, pushing it higher. Let's see if it can break. What else we have? I would have for this one. I would want to see the break of the 5 minute ORB. Now, the problem is the break of the 5 minute ORB is so wide too. Like it's not ideal for the way I trade. Now, if you it depends how you're trading. If ABCD pattern, clearly ABCD pattern for me. Here's your consolidation. I mean, this is a great signal for it to be long as well. There's a lot going on here. Um, Look at that buying pressure breaks 136. It might shoot up here. There it is. It's gonna go. It's gonna go. But this is not my trade, so I don't. It's hard for me to take a trade
Yeah.
like that.
Andrew's got it. He added right down at VWAP too, so
He
he's
added at the previous
not
day
only did he get
close.
in.
Yeah, yeah. Oh
Yeah,
yeah, he did.
yeah,
Yes, I see that. Yep.
yeah, yeah. It's he's the master for a reason.
He sure is. That's not an easy trade. Off the
No,
off the previous day close like that.
no,
But
it's not.
good, good, good.
So he's the
Nvidia and
man.
Nvidia is messy. Nothing happening there. CCL, nothing really took place. Oxy, again, we call this right. You call this Peter might be bad, and it is horrible.
Mhm.
American Airlines pretty bad.
Robin
Core
Hood
Weave,
is green and
yeah.
moving higher today. Had a interesting move.
Mm.
Yeah, PLTR is. See, that's a tough trade.
It's a
Andrew's
tough
not going
trade,
to
yeah.
get. Doesn't look like he's going to get anything big out of it. Hopefully, he gets out break even. Because the risk is
Yeah.
this thing could spike down lower on him. Looks like he just got out of it. So, so all
Yeah.
right, guys. Well,
Yeah.
as
Yeah.
anticipated, might not be great trading today. Might not be as many opportunities the rest of the week, but it's still so early in the day, right? Or too early to say. I mean, it's still lots of time for good things to happen.
Tesla's doing a very similar move to PLTR as well. Um, Oklo. Oh, look at Oklo. You know, I like Oklo. Engulfing pattern of the 5 minute. This could be good. Engulfing pattern, and then you kind of have this 5 minute breakout happening here. Volume is not great. What would be my stop here, though? Where would I stop out? What's the risk to reward? 61.50. I don't know. But the 5 minute does look interesting. The 1 minute looks messy, but the 5 minute looks pretty interesting. Here, you know what? Let's try it. Let's do a tight stop. 62. Actually, no, I can't do 62. That's still within that can. No, I can do 62. 62. we'll jump out of it. We want to see this go right away, or else it just can start dropping. Let's see if we can get the pop on Oklo. Hope it's not a boring Friday. It's shaping out to be a. Look at us talking about a stock only about the market only 12 minutes in, and what it's going
Yeah,
to
I
shape
know.
out. We have no idea.
But-
Let's see. We got a lot of time.
Yeah,
Access
exactly.
around
There's lot,
noon. What is shaping out of?
yeah, there's lots of day to go here.
There's lots of time. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna take a partial here. It's nice. Oh, this stock can move. This stock is this can move. Oh, the ask is looking well too. See if we can get. Let's get a good cushion so I can be able to hold this thing. Another partial. I try to get
Oh, Carlos.
63. But what's a little bit lower? But we're so close to our entry. Like, we need to be careful. But we have 60 cents here. Okay. Wow, price action is not great. You see how this thing moves? The wicks are just appearing. It's not ideal. Oh, I don't like that. I'm taking another partial just in case we drop. I'd rather have a small green day than bring too much back to break even. Struggling at 63.20. Oh, wow. There we go. Oh, man. What is happening? Oh, that was a great fill. Normally, I don't get those fills like that. That was a great fill.
Whoa, Carlos, you're partial a
Let's
lot
see.
here. Okay.
It's moving a lot, man. It's I'm in at 62 40, and this thing is
Yeah.
already at 63.60. I'm in that's a dollar already. And I had a tight stop, like I had 62, so it was a really tight stop. So it makes sense. I'll see how to see it. There we
Okay.
go. I
Yeah.
might get out of this.
Wow.
The price action is so bad though, man. Like it's hard to hold on
It's,
to this.
look at Carlos scalping away
Yeah,
here.
I'm out of it. It's price action is so bad. It's hard to hold on to a trade like that.
Well, and I see the spread jumping up between about 5 and 20 cents. So that makes you nervous too, right? Because you just don't know what to expect on it.
And it might go. Like it might. This still might go here, but yeah, I just no patience. Bounce off a S4. Or which one? Drew, which stock are you looking at? Apple. Apple bounce off a S4.
Oh yeah, we moved down on Apple. Interesting.
Brian's been on Oklo since 6082. That's awesome, man. That is great, 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 great. It might go higher, guys. It might still, but the price, like you said,
6082.
you
That's a bold
basically
entry.
got the bottom down here, picked it off the bounce.
That's a very bold entry.
Mm-hmm.
Did you do that pre-market or was that? And
Nope,
if you did that
933.
after the opening,
No,
933. That's it had to be
933.
930. That's the only
Yeah.
time it was at that level. Wow. But still,
Or
to take it
or
off of
that's a good
that
point though.
wick.
You're right. Even though he said 6082, he could have been pre-market. You're right. So we don't know that. We
Yeah.
have to see for him to answer here.
Okay. Anyway,
Oklo, don't do
interesting.
this
Good
to
trade.
me. Look at that. It's gonna go, man. Watch it go to like 70 today. Like, come on, man. I mean, I'm happy with my trade. Don't get me wrong, but I would have loved to be in it for this pop here, which is about to do it. Oh. Of course, of course, of course. I am out of the trade.
Andrews continuing to push PLTR. He jumped back in here and
Nice. Oh, let me look for something else. Let me stop looking at Oklo. Wow, POTR is doing it. Andrew's back in. Yes, he is. Back
yeah,
in.
yeah.
Nice, nice, nice. Good. Good, good, good. Awesome trade, man. Uh, CCL, Oxy, man, these all were not great. Um, American Airlines trying to bounce back. What is BA doing? Let's look at BA. I remember Baba was on our list briefly. Let's take a look at Baba. BA made me think of that. It's been a while since we traded our buddy, but the reason why has not been doing anything. So
Yeah.
nothing happening there. Wow, POTR is rocking. Um,
Yeah.
that is
I didn't
rocking,
think
man.
I didn't
Oof.
think PLTR was really going to be in play today, but yeah, I stand
It's one of
corrected.
those stocks, man, where it's so explosive. It's
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. It has days like yesterday where it was brutal, and then it has days like this where it's just like amazing. And today was an amazing day. Was shaping out to be an amazing trade for PLTR. Trying to get to 138, 137.88 is the high right now. How many guys took Ray Trace? You're in PLTR. Who else?
If you want to see ugly Carlos, QBTS. That's one of the ones I just scanned through my
Quantum,
stocks here.
man. Yeah, Quantum. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. They had like they had a good run and they've just been so bad lately. I don't know. So like look, for example, look at this QUBT, right? Like, okay, even if this breaks out, this is horrible trading for me. Like this is not clean, very low volume, small 10 cents move back and forth. Like that's I don't know. It's not ideal. Um and what's the other one? IonQ. IonQ, same thing. Look at the way the candles are trading. And Rigetti, also not looking great. I don't know. Wow, POTR, partial for Andrew. He is rocking, man.
Yeah, 138 now.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
just good at catching these moves. I'll give them that. Again, master for a reason.
Yeah, yeah. But the important thing here is if you look at his in here, and this is what takes people a little time to learn. You gotta learn as soon as possible. Let me get to his thing here. Is I'm assuming a little more. You gotta get out. Like Peter, remember we said, okay, this is not looking good. He got out,
Yeah.
right? He got out. It sets up again. You get back in, but you just can't hold on to trades, and you know that's where people get in trouble. So I'm just fix this here.
Yep.
If you look at it here, he went long. He added this beautiful bounce. Took a partial. His rule, he has to stop out of break even. He does, even a little higher. So not even a break even, even higher than break even. Because here you expect the break, you didn't get it. Sets
Right.
up again for another breakout high of the day. Jumps back in. Partial. Right. So, but what many traders do is they say, "Oh man, I should have never got out of this trade. I should have stayed in it." And eventually they works out. They get the payoff. But when it doesn't, and you take that loss,
Yeah.
you can't make it
Yep.
back, and that's the problem, you know.
Exactly.
And actually, when it works out, it creates such a bad habit. Right? It's worse when it works out because then you do it again, and then boom, you take that loss, you get everything back. So get out, you can always get back in. Take the small loss quickly. In this case, not even a loss. It was a small green for him, not even a loss because he partial. So, but don't hang around to find out what happens when the stock is going against you repeatedly over and over again. As Tesla breaks through the previous day close into the green, um, all close just messy. Uh, Peter, anything you have on deck that you kind of like?
My goodness, I'm glad I got out of Nvidia. It's not really doing much today, but no,
Yeah,
nothing that I mean. PLTR obviously is the to me the best one of the day here. Tesla actually has been moving fairly well. If anybody caught Tesla off the open, but not not my type of trade. But
yeah, yeah. This is very similar to what PLTR did. Kind of the pullback, not as clean or defined, but pretty similar. Now
Mhm.
you're kind of getting the breakout. So
Oh, Razad Where's that got? Tesla, it looks like, looking for 322. So, yeah, good.
Ben has 4% left on Tesla. Or you made 4% in your account. I have 4% on Tesla so far.
Yeah.
Good. That's awesome, man.
The car guy long Tesla at 317.39. So, okay. So, you got in during this consolidation, it looks like. Little ABCD pattern.
And Oklo to make
Yeah.
sure that it doesn't run too far. Don't make me feel too bad. Stay right here at 63 until I leave and do whatever you want. But yeah. ASTS. I saw a couple of people mentioning that, and I keep forgetting to look at it because we're just in a trade. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Andrew was
oh,
mentioning that too.
look at that. AST Space Mobile. That is
Yes.
nice.
Space. Space. Oh, yeah. Good move off the open. Hmm.
But this stock was in nobody's radar because I mean, if you look at this pre-market, there's just nothing here. All the action starting at the market open today. So
Yep.
clearly some kind of news driven thing here. That's pretty good.
Those are tough ones. I mean, you look at that and you're like, "Oh, it looks awesome," right? But like you said, Carlos, why
Yeah.
why would you have necessarily gone long on this? Like, what? I don't know. I mean, unless somebody is looking at broader time frames and sees something in it. But I look at it and say, yeah, like you said, it just hey, okay, so it popped out of nowhere. But you could be watching this for weeks and never get any opportunity on it. So I don't see any particular reason why it would necessarily make that move.
Yeah, I did. You know what? I did see this ticker in our gap up list. It came up once. I do. I see we have some levels for it, and but other than that, right? Why would you keep watching on 3 days here where it's
Mm.
complete that, right? So it's a tough one. It'll hit the scanners early on here, but then what's the trade? So it's fun to watch. Yeah, I love seeing. If anyone could have taken this at 37 and out at 41, I'm rooting for you all day long. But
Yeah,
how do you catch
yeah.
that, right? It's what you don't want to do is start
Good.
chasing it up here with no strategy. I've done that so many times, Peter, when I first started trading. Lost so
Yeah,
much money. Oh, what's the top 10 stuff that's moving? And then just go long and just next thing you know, it's down, 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 down. It's just
yeah.
money disappearing out of my account. So don't do that. If you don't have a trade, if you don't have a plan, don't trade it, man. Just be careful. All right, Andrew's adding on POTR here on the 9 moving average for a possible bounce. He has a good cushion, so we should be able to
Yeah,
get going. Then he has a limit order at 139, so that's
yeah,
going to be a big trade. That's a big Friday trade.
yeah.
Nothing scary about that on this Friday 13. I'll tell you that much. That is big time.
like we're saying, guys. A trade with no plan is worse than a plan with no trade. So just don't be afraid. Sometimes you got a plan and it doesn't pay out, or it doesn't pan out. Your plan doesn't pan. Then it's
Yeah.
you're just sitting and watching. That's okay. That is okay.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
looking at it now, I did get out in the right time. Luke, yeah, an Oklo, right? But this could have gone either way. Could have moved up, but I'm happy. Like I joke around, say, "Oh, don't go up." I'm gonna feel crappy. I'm kidding about that, right? Because the decision I took here, the way the price action was, it was so messy. That it literally could have went from my like break even point. It could have showed up down here, and I would have gave the profits back, right? Could have showed up to 861.80 because it was just bouncing back too much. So when it's bouncing back too much like that, it's okay if you have a cushion. When you don't have a cushion, you just can't hold it, because you can literally it can drop to 68.80, and if it continues, you could be down to 61. That's a dollar below my entry when I already have a dollar almost in it, right? So it's you got the price action also might not allow you to be in this trade in a trade, right? And the spread. This is why we look at spread, we look at volume. That usually creates that good or nasty price action, right? So, um, this is why me and Peter will be like, okay, the death chart looks good, but we don't know how that actually traded, because even though it looks clean, right, nice little pattern, if the volume and the spread were very wide and the price action was just doing this nastiness, it's hard to hold through a trade like that. So, and this was not great. Oklo's price action was really crappy. The minute I got in it, it got really bad. But happy with the trade. Happy with the trade and decision making.
Good.
As POTR is trying to bounce. Tesla, good rejection of the previous day close for Tesla. My stop loss got hit on Oklo. Yeah, the car guy, where was your stop in Oklo? And was it the same trade I took or a different trade? Be ready for a shake at 10 a.m. Why would we be ready for a shake? What's happening? I know Trump is having a close cabinet meeting at 11, given the
We got the
geopolitical stuff going on.
consumer sentiment number that comes out, but that's probably
That's
not going
right.
to be that big of an impact.
It's funny. We always say it's not, and usually it's not. And then there was like one day where I actually did something. Like it's hard to
Yeah.
tell like what is gonna. Okay, like is today an important day or not an important day, right? And the data was
Right.
what was expected, so there was nothing like that should have shaken it the way it was. But this market is so weird at times.
It is weird at times.
I wonder if I should have bought. I looked up tickets to Florida. 'Cause I want to go in the end of August. And I should have bought them. I got busy with something else. Should have just bought. They were very cheap. I wonder if this is gonna go up now with this issue. I should get on that today. Buy your tickets if you're gonna fly somewhere before they get overly expensive. Bye. Super hot in August. Yeah, August is brutal. I've been there, but that's when we can get the kids together. My brother's kids are down there. My kids are here, and then it sucks. We're smashed into the summer months, right? So we have no choice before they start their school year because Florida starts early. You guys start very early. We start in September. I think you guys start like end of August or something. I'm not sure. I'll wait for these numbers. I gotta run in a few minutes, but let's wait for these numbers. I want to see if we get anything.
Yeah, coming out here in a few seconds.
Yep. Benicio, thanks. Appreciate it. Yep.
Bingo,
All
bango,
right.
bongo.
We got some movement. Core weave doing some stuff. Trying to go green. Andrew
right.
still in Oracle. Taking parcels. This is from yesterday, by the way. Beautiful
Wow.
thing. Beautiful
Wow,
thing.
consumer sentiment numbers are out, and they're significantly higher than anticipated. That's interesting. So
Okay.
you can see the market actually spiked up. It's so. I mean, normally comes in within a point or two. 53.5 was the expected number. I don't know if you can refresh that. I did update the number, Carlos. But anyway, 60.5 is what it came out at. So that's significantly higher. Now this is all a relative scale, so you take it for what it's worth. But well, the market reacted to it, so I guess that's what matters, especially if you're in a long trade. So
When you refresh the number, I'm just curious. Did you hit enter? Once you enter a number, you got to hit enter.
enter, yeah, definitely hit enter.
Okay.
Maybe
Because it should do it on its own. Yeah. They go automatically.
Sometimes it takes a little bit.
Yeah, it takes a bit. Yeah.
Anyways, it's whatever it is.
There it is.
Okay.
Now we know it's working.
There you go.
Good. All right, friends. I gotta hop off, so I'll leave you guys with Peter.
Okay.
I was mentioning to Peter earlier before the show. I got my son's step up ceremony. He's going from one school that only goes to pre-K 4 to kindergarten, so it's a big step for him. It's so funny. He tells me, "Daddy, am I going to get the funny looking hat, and they don't give they don't give that at kindergarten. So my wife bought him one to take pictures after the ceremony. So he's gonna be, yeah, I want the funny looking hat. So we'll see.
Okay.
Yeah,
There you
so
go.
should be fun. He's very excited, and they'll do like a little show. They're
Good.
gonna sing and perform. It's gonna be crazy, man. Cause him and my two little ones, they both go to the same school. Now they're gonna go to different
Right.
schools for the first time in a bit. So
Mm.
let's see how that goes. All
Yeah.
right, friends. Thank you so much, guys. We had a great trade today. Andrew's gonna be on at 10:30, and then Thor at 11. Peter, have a great weekend, man. I'll talk to you later.
What screen you gonna leave me on here, Carlos? Just so I know what we're doing. You gonna put it
I'll
on maybe the Spy or something, so we can just watch
yeah,
the
I could
market
put you on
overall.
this. Yeah, I could put you on the spy. Is that okay?
Sure, I guess. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't have the ability to change that, so
Yep, I could put you on the spy over here. We gotta do the Zoom. Actually, do you have Zoom installed? Do you use it at all?
yeah, yeah, I do.
You want to do it now? Can you share a screen?
Can we do it that fast? Let's
Yeah,
see
do it
what
that
happens.
fast. Yeah, let's do it.
I want to disrupt your morning. You
No. This is. I want to see how if it works, and it should. I'll send you a link right now.
Well, guys, I am happy that I got out of Nvidia. It is really just chopping sideways. So after all the fun of yesterday, that trying to break the 145, it's not doing much. It's just said just sideways trending. Apple really sold off here at the open. Would have been a decent short trade on Apple. Hmm. Apple's in an interesting area here where if it breaks too much lower, yeah, it's got a lot of downside in Apple. Apple hasn't had any good news for a while, have they? Right? They've just been under
Yeah,
pressure from government, under
it's
pressure on
not been good for
sales.
them. Happy to send you a Zoom link on your
Yep.
Telegram.
I think I haven't been patient enough here.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what we got.
Spies dropping. So this number didn't really have a big effect on the overall spy.
Wait, what's happening? Oh,
Uh,
that's weird.
cut off. You might need to cut off vmix and come through Zoom.
Yeah, hold on a sec. I gotta turn off the sound.
Ah, there it is. I got you, Peter. And just share your camera and do your screen, and you should be able to go. We'll resize your screen to make it look good. And we should do it like this going forward. So then, when you have a tray, we can switch to your screen without you having to do anything. So
Yeah, sorry, I gotta turn off the audio here.
mhm.
How do you like turn off the audio and just Zoom?
No, it's the vmix link, Peter.
Just get off the vMix link altogether?
Yeah, and go everything to Zoom. Yep, close it out completely.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah.
Feels risky.
Trust in the process. There you go. Trust the process, baby. That's what you have to do with your trade
Okay.
sometimes too. It can become risky.
got
Just trust
audio.
the process. Yeah, there you go. Now, if you share your screen, it'll come right up in that black box. Share the screen you want to share, and I can resize it. Do you want me to resize it in a certain way?
I don't think so. There we go. Oh, look at that.
Let's do
Okay.
that.
It's a little bit.
Let's zoom in. Let's zoom
A
into
little bit of a.
something so it doesn't look so. Let's see here. This is very that's perfect. You're the man. There you go.
There we go.
Much good. Much better.
You guys can see now. See my little baby trade on Nvidia. We got the move, 1 minute move, and and that whole trade lasted all of. Let's see here. Hold on. Start to finish, that lasted 39 seconds. So
Awesome.
that's the way sometimes
All
they
right.
go. All right.
All right, guys. Have a great
All right,
weekend.
Carlos.
We'll chat
Yeah, you
soon.
go do what you got to do.
All right. Bye.
Yeah, guys, some good movement on stuff here. We're looking at Tesla had some interesting movement today. Apple, again, surprise to me. It looked like it was going to try and go higher and then blah, blah, blah. Just sold right off. So there's that. And then, of course, PLTR that we've been watching with the awesome move higher that everybody got on it. So you let me know what you're watching. Uh, MBO, the five loony system? No, I don't. I should because I need to encourage myself to take more trades. Today's probably not the, well, we'll see. Look, it's still early for me. That means, my prime time trading doesn't really kick in for another, I would normally say 30 minutes because it's usually around 10:30. On a day like today, it's probably going to be a little later. So it'll be a bit longer as we try and get into that. Now, being that I'm on Zoom, I don't actually know what's going to happen when Andrew and people join here, but I guess we'll find out together. Should be interesting. Will I be able to hear them? I'm not on vMix anymore. I don't know. All right. I took Oracle. I'm not fond of Oracle for a second day play. I was actually surprised it moved as well as it did yesterday. Um, it's doing okay though today. Little bit of little bit of move. Well, look at that pop on the daily chart and yesterday. I'm surprised to see it still going. So and it's got decent volume. Where's Oracle here? Oracle 300, yeah, it's at 380% RVol, which is its relative volume. So the volume is still in it today. A little bit of a surprise, but OKLO that you guys were watching here is uh is back up. Carlos wouldn't have survived that pullback though, would he? I think he got in a little higher here. Great. Any thoughts about Amazon? Amazon's not really doing much today. For me, this is pretty standard type move on Amazon. Pretty, average volume on Amazon is only 71% RVol, so it's below its average volume. I don't see a lot going on with it. Not a lot to write home about. Have to keep an eye on this. All right, I'm gonna have to move like screens so I'm not turning my back to you every time I need to look at my chart that I'm sharing. Uh, LTR here, leave it on this. We're going. In ABCD, well, I mean, I don't, yeah, I don't know. You're in Amazon since 2/10/90. Well, yeah, it just pulled back through your entry. I don't love Amazon. I feel it's not moving much. Nvidia is getting a little bit of a drop right now. You can see it's moving back to this low it set just before the market open. Hard day. Look at the big wicks here on Nvidia. Really hard to trade this. You'd have to have been pretty aggressive. I could have shorted at the sort of the top of these wicks. It's easy to say in hindsight. Nvidia's got such a propensity for moving up. It's hard to sort of just take an aggressive short on it, I find. And I'm a shorter. I like to short things all the time, but I will only do that when I have a lot of confidence. Wow. This RBNE that we'd mentioned pre-market, guys, is halted now, but look at this thing. It's up 360%. This is the one that owns one ship. and their company value as of the close yesterday was only like $8 million, a little under 8 million bucks. Now their market cap is $28 million, so their market cap's like tripled. But I mean that makes sense. Their stock price has tripled, up 360%. But it's crazy. It's weird. Weird. Nancy, you're a shorter too. You shorted APLD. What does APLD do in this? Oh, wow. That's actually a good grab. Did you get this just below yesterday's close? If you were watching this, if you watched it retest and fail, I think the best short would have been about 944. Good high probability short there. 944 at $12.40. You could have got this with a 15-cent stop, roughly. And you're sitting good, 80 cents on it. So that's like four times your risk. It's nice. The moving average line on the volume bars. I used to use them, Nicholas. I used to use them more than I do now. I keep them there because there's no harm in it. The purple line you see on the volume bars isn't actually a moving average. That is an RSI. Um, sorry, the well, I guess it is a moving average, sort of. Sorry, it's an ATR. So, and what I use it for is just to tell me if the you can tell when there's an imbalance basically in the amount that the stock moves compared to the volume. So if you look at APLD, for example, here, see this big volume bar, right? Big move dollar wise compared to the other candles, but relatively low volume. And you can sort of see the spike up on this purple line. It can be interesting, especially when I take my reversals, right, to really see if I get a tiny little bar and uh, big volume, you'll sort of see this thing drop, right? It goes the other way, and that tells me that this thing might be ripe for a reversal. If I see this type of movement, that tells me it's out of whack and that there might be a problem in the trade at an extreme level. In this case, it's good because this would have supported your trade in the direction you actually want to see that divergence. The ATR's got a one, it's just one period. Like it's not, it's literally compares the volume to the price action movement on that candle. So I got it here. Let me put it back on the screen. You can see it. Oh, no, sorry. Click this section, study config. So you can see it's a time period of one on the ATR. I don't know that many people would find that useful, but I've used it in the past. Again, especially when I'm doing like my mountain pass trading, it can be really useful to see when you get sort of that divergence of price action and volume. So, all right, guys, just keeping an eye on the markets overall, seeing what we're doing here. Fortunately, I didn't really configure my charts properly. Now it's this chart that I'm showing you guys is on top of my market indexes, right? So, oops. Here's what I normally watch. Let's just go here. This is what my screen normally looks like. So I watch the Qs and the SPY. I can keep an eye on Apple, and this is normally Tesla. So I sort of get a feel for the overall market, but because I'm showing you guys, that's going to be a little confusing here. So we're zooming out, but that means I can't look at all the stuff I normally look at. If we're going to do this approach in the future, I'm gonna have to figure out how to reconfigure some of my screens here. But getting drop market overall. Nvidia down here. Oh. So look, I was directionally correct on Nvidia on my short this morning at the open. It just too choppy for me to hold into this, which is too bad. That's too bad, but I don't regret it too much. Like this chop would have been extremely difficult to trade in. I was thinking this next candle, the next minute, right? It would have been a reasonable short, low probability, high risk to reward. And that's the math I have trouble doing sometimes, right? Where you take the low probability trade, but because you can get an excellent return on it, if it works, it can be worth taking them. The problem is you have to take them consistently. So if what I'm saying doesn't make sense, feel free to ask questions. But that's a lot of the evaluation I do. See, I tend to go to the high probability, sort of medium to low risk to reward because I know I've got an 70 to 80% win rate on them. But it's rare that you get the big move. When you do get the big move, it's fantastic. But for the most part, you just get small to medium moves. So. Expectancy value, indeed, Ravi. And there's a lot of different calculations, right? People have these different methodologies they use in the market, to calculate risk to reward, and how do you evaluate that? There's a bunch of formal ones that if you're with a proprietary trading firm, they'll talk about Sharpe values or the Shortino ratio or things like that. So. But I don't use those formal methods. It's much less formal with me, but I'm aware they exist and glad that I'm, not trading with someone else's money that I have to actively worry about. I realize that my camera's got a very wide angle here. I gotta get into the screen for you guys. All right, sit over here a bit. All right. Heck. Don't forget your stop losses. Good reminder. Infamous Corona. Infamous Corona. I like the name. You just short bought Tesla. That's an interesting way of wording it. What's Tesla doing? Hmm. Yeah, Tesla, I'm not sure where it's going. Yeah, could be a good move down here. Watching Nvidia at these low levels here to see if we got one bounce on, I would say acceptable but not stellar volume to signal a low. I usually like sort of the bounce, the retest, and then I take it in the reverse direction for a long. Don't love the Nvidia setup here so far, and it's a little early. It's only 10:20. Normally expect a little bit more, and we still see orders to the downside. I don't know if you guys do this. Let me show you something different on my screen here. Here's let's do this. So when I look at the level two, you can see my level two. I've got these black uh, highlighted areas, and I think it's for anything over um, oops, anything over 2,000, 5,000. Everything over 5,000 shares gets highlighted. So that would be 50 as you see it here. And it gives me just a quick glance at where is the volume sitting. As you can see, look at all the black boxes sitting on the bid side. So that tells me the price on Nvidia is still looking to go lower. And sure enough, look at us dropping here. So, it's a really good quick glance to see where's the volume stacking, right? Where's this thing likely to move? There's lots of other tools you can use to do that, but to me, this is a nice quick and dirty. I can scroll through it, right? See where that volume sits. And it tells me, yeah, still probably some downside here on Nvidia. This I should make sure it's always on top. Oh, no, no. I want. There we go. There you go. Try and keep that clock on the top so we've always got the time. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know about Nvidia. Nvidia feels still like some weakness there. What's this market doing overall? Look at the Qs. Yeah, still looking weak. SPY still looking a little weak here. So just keep watching things. Yeah, quiet. It's Friday. Market tends to move a little slower on a Friday. Usually, not always, but usually. So keep an eye on that. And wait for my next trade opportunity. And if I don't get one, I don't get one. Ambio, that's true. You got to use your rules. Whatever your rules say, right? There's no right or wrong necessarily about your rules. If you think it's a good trading strategy, then, build a rule set. The key thing is following those rules religiously. And I know we hammer this into you guys, but it's part of what we teach and we keep talking about it. If you can just trade anything consistently, that gives you an edge in the market. I firmly believe that. So, can hear me. Cindy can hear me in the background. How do you hear me in the background? What's happening? I must be coming through. The chat room says they can hear me. Hi, chat room. How are you hearing me? Andrew must have the volume on or something. Coming in through his speakers, back through his mic. I don't think I'm in the chat room. I'm using this new Zoom thing, so I don't know what's going on. All right, friends on YouTube, don't forget, give us the thumbs up, give us a like. We appreciate it. Helps with the channel. There you go. There's that $19 deal we were talking about. If you wanted to join us, click on that link and you can take advantage of that. The intro membership discounted from 39 down to $19. So and we make that commitment. You're not going to be automatically sold. It's not one of those where suddenly you're on the hook for a bigger membership, right? It doesn't auto renew. If you want to flip to another membership, that's completely up to you, but you've got to take some explicit steps to do it. We won't just flip you over. As much as I know what all the kids are doing. That's the trend these days, right? Sort of like signing up for the free trial and then they've got you hooked before you know it. You've been paying for it on your credit card and you're like, what the heck? We're not doing that. Amanda, you joined for a diamond membership. That's fantastic. What are you still doing here in YouTube then? I mean, you're welcome to stay. Hopefully you're jumping in the chat room there too. See the conversation that's going on there. Take advantage of that. Hey, Monkey Shine. Monkey Shine, I love the name. You did? You haven't figured out how to use it yet. Oh, hopefully it shouldn't be that complicated. If you need any help, you let us know. But focus on the trading. If that's where your mind is at, that's good. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Lots of time to get in there, especially I think on this Friday because it's going to be quiet. So Nvidia is at the low again here, setting another new low. We'll see what it does. Again, did a test, right? And a bounce. It's retesting right now. See if it holds here. Looks like it's not. There you go. Went lower again. And if I go back to what I was talking about here on the level two, you can see there's still orders to the downside on this on the level two. So gotta be gotta be aware of it. All right. They're talking in the chat room about Oracle. What is Oracle? It's still going. Wow, 208 it hit. It's slow and steady, eh? Oracle, if you look at the daily on Oracle over here, you can see how it just slow and steady, right? Like it moved up from middle of April all the way up to where it currently is. Now it's oh, is this all-time high? Is this all-time high? Oh, maybe it is. Oh, it's not. Hold on. Oh, maybe it is. Yeah, all-time high here. Wow. Is anybody here in corporate land? Anybody used Oracle software? Oof. It's like SAP, man. It can be a beast. It's a little more accessible, but it's you didn't like my chart? Yeah, that's why I don't normally look at it that way because it puts all the cams on top of it. That's I don't normally use this for a daily chart, but anyways, Oracle is running and gunning. Nvidia continues to drop here. Look at that. I could have, should have, would have. OKLO is moving up. Andrew's getting ready to join us here. The market is dropping overall. See the Qs here dropping and the SPY also dropping. So new low of day. Getting some weakness now in the market. You're short something. You're liking the support. Things are moving lower. I wish I was short something, but I am not. And I'm not going to go chasing anything. Andrew's still holding on to a swing trade. He took his Oracle and he decided his entry was so good he actually purposely turned it into a swing trade, which we something we talk about, right? Like never take a day trade and turn it into a swing trade if it's a loser, right? In this case, because he was so far into the green, he was willing to hold some and just see what played out, and it has worked for him as it's up, continuing to go higher. So so that's actually a smart move. But if you're in a losing trade, never turn that into a swing trade. Right? That's not the way to make your money back. Usually you wake up the next day and you're just going to be down further. So if you slept at all. So yeah, don't do that to yourself, right? Get out of it. You can always get back in, right? But it's dangerous practices in that. And we've seen just too many people who have taken a trade and said, you know what, I'm down and I just don't want to capitalize the loss, right? I don't want to solidify it into my P&L. I'm just going to let it ride and hopefully it'll come back tomorrow. That's not a strategy, right? It's hope. As one of my bosses told me once, hope is not a strategy. So you got to manage it. Yeah, it's a Friday. Ambio. Ambio wasting time. You're saying price action is hard for you today? Yeah, it's it's not the easiest of days. Yeah, see, Pedro, there you go. Your biggest loss was averaging down from swing trades. That's oh no. And Sabrator, very current for you, eh? March 25th. Yeah. See that, and that's why, look, guys, we talk about these things not to shame anybody, but the reality is so many of us go through it. I mean, this is why Carlos and I love being part of this community because, we formed and created this community because we have experienced this stuff, right? We have lived it, and we want to help first and foremost, people understand you're not alone, right? So what you're going through is normal. We'd love to help you short circuit that so you don't have to experience the same level of pain. But like I keep saying, we'd like to think that we're smarter as adults, but we still touch the hot thing. People can tell you, don't touch it, it's hot, don't touch it, it's hot. You're not going to believe it until you touch it and burn your finger. And the reality is so many of us, the analogy, of course, for us here in trading is that you've got to experience that loss. You've got to do, the bad move and then realize, yeah, they're right. I shouldn't have done that. Right? That thing did burn. So it's there you go. T-Man 101, you're also sharing your experience here. Swing trading Boyle killed your account 3 years ago. Yeah, like it got like so many of us. Most people, if you've been trading for any period of time, you've got one of these stories. So, thank you guys, by the way, for sharing. It's good to know, right? Sometimes it's good to know that there's others that have gone through the same thing and said, our objective is to help you sort of face up to it. Know that you've got like-minded people around you. We've been through this, right? So how do you come through this, learn the lesson, internalize that lesson, and make sure you just don't do it again. It's harder to do than you'd think. We'd all like to think we're smart humans that can learn from our mistakes or learn from the mistakes of others, but yeah, sometimes unfortunately, we have to repeat the lessons. So here we are, right? Here we are. A lunar origin story, Amanda. Oh yeah, lunar. Oh, it's one of my favorite stocks to talk about, not one of my favorite stocks to trade. But yeah, it's uh it's crazy how often you can get these strange situations. Keep an eye on things. We've got a bounce now on the market overall, as you can see on my screen. We've got a little bit of a bounce, like Nvidia following suit. Uh, Tesla, a lot of things bouncing right now. So feels like it's quieter, like I keep saying. You got a good move, Cam. You got a good move. RBNA. That's the crazy shipping company that halted. Do I have a? Let me see here. Oh, I don't have my blank bars here. So this thing halted 3 times, eh? One, two, three. Crazy. Crazy. Look at this thing, man. Hit a high. Oh no, look at it drop now. Wow, this thing's gonna get halted again. So look at this. Let's see if I can get this on the screen fast enough. See, here's the limit down. So if it hits $16.03, it's gonna halt. Looks like they saved it. You can see that on the level two, right? Where you get what's called the limit down. See this LD level? That's the level at which if it hits that within a certain period of time, right, it triggers the automated halt on the stock. There's limit up and limit down levels. Normally you don't see them on a stock because they're, far enough out of the price action that they're not there, but they're always there somewhere. So the limit up on this stock is $19.60. The limit down, like we just said, 16.03. And that'll change as it recalculates, right? Basically recalculates based on recent volume and price action. I think it recalculates every minute. And so they can actually save it because obviously, the advanced algos will have the ability to know where that limit is, and you can, especially on the low volume, low float things, you can sort of push push them to save. So, anyways, look at this thing, man, up 413%. It's crazy. Well, you're happy if you just woke up this morning holding your RBNE stock and you're like, oh my God, I've quadrupled my money. Yeah, Ambio, it is each minute. Yeah, I think that's when it does. I think it's at the beginning of every minute. We'll see here. 1587 seems to be the new number here. So yeah, looks like it recalculated. Anyways, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. If you traded that, all power to you, but that's too much for me. Too much for me. And yes, I see Nvidia is above the 20 moving average here. Oracle. Oracle 209. Oracle is crazy. That is just crazy. It's even quintupled with 400%. Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess you're right. Because if it's up, those percentages, Sasa, always throw me off. No, I think it's only up 4 times. Because if it's up 100%, it would be double, right? So if it's up 200%, triple, 300% is full, maybe, I don't know. 100% would double. Anyways, it throws me off. No, well, I know what it means. Yeah, I am confused. Hello. Are you guys here? I don't know where you're at. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Oh, there you are. We're trying a new technology here, so I'm a little confused as to what's going on. And Carlos is off doing things.
Hey guys, how are you guys
He's off
doing?
doing things. Holy crap.
Here
How are
we
you
go.
guys?
So
He
yeah,
is
like Oracle, good hold, good trade there, Andrew. Once again, you capitalized, double down on Oracle. I really love how you did that. Oh, the
and it is
patience. Credit to you.
it is going to 210.
I know I got out of it too early. Let's see if I can. You guys hear me?
Yep.
I can hear
Yeah,
you.
because I just want to share my screen here for Carlos.
Okay, let me
Yeah, I got out of Oracle actually a little bit too early. I don't know why. It's gonna go to 210 easily.
try and unshare my
Yeah,
screen.
darling, I'm sorry. I have wait, have more faith in it. Is Carlos here?
I think so. He set you up so that you're in the chat room.
All right, yeah, Oracle is running up like a boss. Look at that.
Yeah, it is going to go to 210.
Yeah,
You
oh
caught a
yeah.
nice caught a nice reversal off of S4 on the SPY. Wow, look at that. Came ripping right back up.
So everything was pretty awesome today. We had a really nice trade on PLTR, thanks to Brian. You called it
Yeah,
PLTR, really rallied at the open, and I had a really nice
beautiful.
trade at 135, and then I, went back again at 136.50 all the way up to 138.50. So very profitable. Oracle was my biggest win today, as you see in my screen, but that was a swing trade. I added more on Oracle a little bit up here at 207. I wanted, popped up, sold, and then I got out. I don't know why I got out of it because my average was way below down, but now it's going to rally all day. Usually these are stocks that are really moving up significantly. So I want to put this one. Usually these are stocks that are really run significantly. And the next day they gap up too as well. So they run up. So that's why I hold a little bit. I had a really good entry, like down at 190 area. So I just decided to keep this one. So that was a pretty good trade. And the other ones that I had, I had some covered calls on TQQ that I covered half of it now, and I had some covered calls on VO that's they were red now, they're profitable because the market dropped. And it was really funny. This is what I noticed, that guys. In what I noticed was that yesterday when the attack came, I got the news from Twitter financial community. So they said futures are down 1% Israel attack. And it took the big media streamed like breaking news at least 5 to 10 minutes to break the news. So the financial market is in the frontier of all geopolitical tensions and everything. You can see the futures. I was at the office. We looked at market was closed. It was after 8 p.m. It was closed. Robinhood 24 hours future trading, and we saw that is really trading down. The financial market is just the most sensitive things toward everything, and I really love that. You can actually have the news before everything else.
I got some PLTR again, so I'm just probably going to swing it over the weekend. It's just a good war stock.
With wars. War,
I have a
unfortunately.
feeling yeah, I'd be careful about holding anything over the weekend though. I think actually probably the markets, it might even my guess is the markets are going to sell off towards the end of the day. Just my guess. Only because I think that people are going to be nervous about holding things over the weekend.
Wow, amazing trading. Yeah, he
Yeah,
did mention that. Brian traded that actually before.
yeah. It was actually, it wasn't a trade I normally do. It was just I had two trades on PLTR. Um, one at the open, it was opening range breakout, and the other was a 920 trade, actually almost where I guess a VWAP bounce trade. Both worked out really well. So I was kind of just looking for some entertainment, I guess. Yeah, those aren't usually trades I take. RBNE. And you got to keep your size small on these. You can really blow up your account if you're not careful. Look at that. PLTR is right back to high of day here.
Brian, do you hear Peter? Brian,
RBNE has been a
I
hmm?
don't think he hears anybody. I don't think Peter, Brian, I don't think, Brian,
I
can you
don't
hear
think
anybody?
Peter's.
Do you
I
hear
can hear
me?
you.
Yeah, but you
Yeah,
don't hear Peter.
I don't. I'm not sure where Peter is. Have we lost Peter? He was a good man.
We should be able to hear you. What's happening? I'm very confused. Brian, if you hear me, you should be able to hear Peter as well. Like I don't know what's happening. All right,
I can't hear
but
Peter.
uh, I
Wow,
think
look at PLTR
Brian
right back
deleted
at high
Peter
of
in
day.
his mind. Like there's no Peter memory or anything in his mind. It's just whoop. It's like an episode of Black Mirror. Anything
Yeah,
related to Peter is just not in his mind.
he's in another dimension.
All right, so RBNE, no, really, this RBNE, guys, this is really, really difficult to trade. So I highly recommend guys don't mess around with these kind of low float stocks. If you want to trade it like 200 shares like Brian did, that kind of trade.
Yeah, yeah. Or just trade it in Sim because you just blow up your account. Maybe you can make a couple $100 here or there, and then you trade one time and you lose a couple thousand. get stuck in a halt, and it ends up going against you.
So somebody's asking, I'm struggling to short oracles. Oracle is not a short. That's the problem. The problem is this stock is very strong. Yesterday, also, somebody messaged me directly in Instagram that she actually said that she lost half of her account trying to short this stock. Why are you shorting these strong stocks? You
Yeah,
know, they're just constantly making higher and higher lows. There is a reason for that is going up like that. There's a huge position taking, you know, people are buying, funds are buying. You don't want to short this stock right now. Um, there is absolutely no downtrend on it. It's just going up, you know, touching these moving averages on 1 minute chart is just a very strong uptrend. If you really want to short it, you have to see it, first of all, very extreme, you know, extension from the VWAP, and then you have to have the double top on 15 minutes. And there are some better criteria for shorting, not that, you know, just something because it's slowly grinding up, you want to short it. This is very, very dangerous, shorting these.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Matt, you need the volume anomaly as well.
Picking a top. Yeah, picking a top is very, on a stock like Oracle, it's just gonna keep going up. You need some kind of a signal that tells you that the trend is breaking. Pullbacks, in a strong stock, if you start to see a pullback, generally that's just some profit taking, and buyers are still going to step in. So the kind of indication you'd be looking for would be um, would be a double top maybe, and then you can trade against the high. Um, or you can use a trend line, just connect the lows and see if it breaks the trend line. You can also just watch the moving averages, the 9 and the 20. Like this morning, all day, this has been just trending up. Every pullback, every consolidation brings it back to the 9 EMA, and then it just bounces from there. So it's just not shortable, or at least it's not a short.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
just something
yeah.
because it's really going up. Um, Again, eventually it will come down, but there's a big saying in Wall Street that they say market can stay what do you say?
Irrational.
Irrational more than you stay liquid. So eventually go
Long,
down, but
longer than
you know,
yeah. Market can stay irrational longer than you can stay liquid. Stay, but
that
yeah,
means that the
this thing is
market
just
is always right. You can 211 in Oracle. What a breakout. What a miss. What a move I missed. What a move I missed. I did mention about this Oracle swing trade on my recap yesterday, but I didn't post it. I was going to post it on a Saturday, but I think I should keep posting that same day. That would have been really nice if you would have saw that. Could buy it on the.
yeah. So Oracle is as far as I'm concerned is still in an uptrend.
Yeah, see, Matt, one of our traders, he says he was part of our community when we were Vancouver traders. You know, he left and spent trading a few years in low floats and made money. Low floats. The consistency here is the key. Yeah, you're right, Matt. It's the story of myself as well. When I started trading, like I started following all of these penny stock traders. That's how I was attracted to trading. But I very soon realized that this is just that is not going to give me any trading for a living. I need to be able to make a system to make a living out of it. I can't just these pops and dubs and stuff. They're like literally like a gamble. So that's why I completely slowly switched to higher mid floats, higher floats and stuff. So trading for a living is what we teach, is what we promise, and that's what we hope to get. And you can't have this trading for a living with low float stocks. I know there are some anomalies, like some people are turning, things to things, but for majority of the people, if you want to make consistent money, you got to come to these higher prices stocks, higher float stocks, and capitalize it with the use of leverage option, leverage ETFs, and try to get the benefit with those ones. And you slowly get like if I knew like these leverage products back in 2020, I would have probably made way more money. I didn't know about this TQQ or TNA and stuff. Thank God I didn't know, because I could make a lot of money or I could lose a lot of money on that. So,
Yeah.
consistency, trading for a living. If you want to learn a skill that you want to build a career on that. Yesterday we talked with trader Troy Matthew. He's full-time trader traveling from all around the world. So he considered himself a professional trader. You have to trade something that gives you the consistency required for a professional practice. Like if you want to become a doctor, you're expecting to have a consistent workflow. Like patients are coming, you're doing surgeries and everything. But if you're getting a degree that maybe once in a while something comes up, then you can't really build a professional career out of that. Like you can't be a doctor that there's only 2 patients every 3 years might come up. Like, that you can't be build a career around that. The financial market as a general, like indexes, options, stocks, earnings and stuff, they're tradable, and very nice and very consistent and very easy to manage the risk. And again, yes, I don't have enough money for buying Oracle at $200. Yes, but you can do the options, you can find the leverage products, TSLL is, BDL is there, TQQQ is there. There are instruments for you to better capitalize yourself in there, which is a good thing and is a bad thing. Wall Street is happy to get your money any way that you want to waste it. Any way that you want to waste your money, Wall Street has an instrument for you to take your money. You have to also very, very careful on that. So super important. You want to short this Tesla? We have something for you. TSLQ. You want to short Jim Cramer? We have something for you. SGIM. You want to short Cathy Woods? We have an ETF for you. Like even in fun and meme and that kind of manner. There's also poly markets. Yeah. All right.
Wow, look at PLTR is high of day. Wow. Oracle's at high. We're just breaking out here.
What happened, Brian?
Nvidia came back up nicely. I don't know. Buying brigade came in. Like I said, I'm less optimistic about as we get close to the end of the day. I'm not sure if people are going to get a little bit nervous. Wow, that was a pop. Yeah, just like as I said at the just before we opened, I was saying I thought the market was going to immediately start buying because that's just the way things have been going these days. Any gap down, the buyers immediately come in. So we got that right at the open. We got some buying coming in, and you could even see it in the pre-market. Last couple minutes on the SPY and the Qs, we started to get some buying.
Well, cool, man.
Wow, Qs are moving back up to high of day.
Yeah, Oracle is amazing.
Love from India. See, we have people, from all over the world. It's
Yeah.
great. This is a amazing community. We had a meeting. We had a meeting in New York, and we had a couple people come from. Well, we had one of our moderators come from Dubai. We had one of our members come from. Where did she come from? Hong Kong or China? Or remember that
Yeah,
girl that
there
came
was one
from?
person from China. Yeah. Yeah, Evelyn, she came from
Yeah,
China.
yeah, Evelyn. Yeah, amazing.
I love this community. I love the communities. Like I have friends all across the board, and like I love it. Like anywhere
Oh,
that I go in the world. I was in Sacred Valley in Peru I guess just the mountain range area and stuff. And there was a BBT trader there, and I loved it. Like we went out for
Yeah.
dinner and everything. It's amazing. Um,
Yeah,
yeah.
when I was in Portugal, I met one of our members, Dan, and he's going. He just emailed me. He said he signed up for boot camp, next boot camp. So met him down in the Algarve, and I ran into one of our members in uh, in Egypt, in Alexandria, just random. Met him in a bar. Like I was walking out, he was walking in. So it's crazy.
Oh, amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you never been to India?
You've never been to India?
No. Ambe, oh, no. Glad you've been able to learn.
All right. So I think that's makes it pretty awesome for us trading wise. Like I wish I
In
was still in
Mexico.
Oracle. I'm not. It just ran up another 5%. I knew it's coming.
Finally looks like it might be it's back at the 9 EMA. It's getting late in the day for usually buyers kind of run out of steam.
At this time, yeah.
So we'll see. Just be careful with Oracle, like is said, any pullbacks uh, should be suspect. They may get bought.
Yeah.
So,
Oracle is like
all right.
super strong today. Yeah. I mean, this is
Yeah.
basically the company fundamental and projection has changed, so people are buying. Eventually, it's gonna.
Israeli military has said it has began to deploy reservists
Yeah,
from
man.
different units to all combat arenas.
This guy is serious. Benzinga.
Yeah.
This guy's a troublemaker. I think he's gonna get fired on
Google.
Monday. Um, he
I'll
messed
look
up
at
the hot
Google.
mic.
Sure.
He's yelling, Alex. I know.
Yeah.
I don't know how he got this job. He gets the hot mic. He's yelling. I think on Monday they probably HR contacts him. They usually don't fire on Friday. They say do it on Monday.
There's an order at 177 on Google. It's not a huge one.
All right, Thor. I know that you're here available for YouTube. How are you doing? You're looking great. You're looking fit. You're looking very Muslim.
Yes, I'm trying to get like, actually act like I have a jawline, which is really nice. He's the full everybody. But yeah, I had a really nice trading day actually today. I'm excited to show everybody. I had a really nice. I played long gold this morning from the pre-market because with the current market and climate, why not get long some gold? So I traded gold futures. So I'm going to show everybody that, and then I got a really nice short on SPY today as well. So I want to. I'll definitely walk everyone through that. But
Nice.
so you guys had a fun day today too, man. Crushing.
Yeah.
What was it?
PLTR, baby.
OKLO you were in? That was in there. I mean, it looked really cool.
PLTR.
So, I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah, so
PLTR
PLTR was good.
was good to
or Oracle it was. I mean,
Yeah, I think Oracle was for me was
uh,
swing. PLTR was the day trade. It was pretty awesome. And okay, so I hand it over to Mr. Thor on YouTube, and
yeah,
Paris is coming to chat from Paris. Great trade on Tesla.
yeah.
Congratulations, everybody, and we'll see you guys. I'm gonna post my recaps of trades today and tomorrow. So if you have any questions, just leave comments on YouTube, guys, and I'm happy to answer that. I like to get getting back into more educational recaps back again because it seems that they're in popular demand, and it's good for me in terms of accountability as well. So I can actually make myself accountable for good trading instead of over trading. All right. Ciao, ciao, guys.
have a good one, boss. So, this guy, right? I mean, it's always really just amazing to watch this guy do his work. I wish I had sometimes his ability to read market movement. I could only think, I mean, I do okay, right? But man, what a great trader these guys are. I do miss trading the opens with the Prophet of Profit from time to time. You know, he's always my good buddy. So, hello everybody. Good to see everybody. It's been a week, right? We've been hanging out together Monday through Friday. Now 11 to 12. I do want to say thank you to everybody. Just looking at some of the metrics and stuff like that, the likes have been good, the interactions have been good during this hour, and things seem to be like we're doing it right. So I'm really excited. So I'm going to go through my trades with y'all that I took today. As you can see here, I have a SPY trade up. Now, one of the things I kind of did for my BBT people, so I'm a little sorry, maybe a little jealous here. No, maybe is one of the things I'm really trying to make sure is when so I'm not really doing the market forecast as much out there because I just don't have time in the mornings. So I just wanted to show you guys what happened here in the morning. So in the morning when I came in here, you can see that I actually put in here for futures that we were looking at gold for an R4 breakout. We were looking at ES and NQ. So this is SPY and Qs for S4 reversals, so counter trending breakdowns, right? And we were looking for Apple for an R4 extreme reversal. Right. So you can see here, like we're already putting out here early in the morning, which, tickers, and you can see everyone, in the BBT room is putting out the tickers that they're really interested in the mornings that really kind of, get them to focus. So just one of those bonuses that's kind of happening back here, maybe back in the, the hindsight there is being able to kind of see that stuff there. So anyway, so for instance, look at Apple here. Look what ended up happening on this guy. I mean, look at that beauty, right? So we wicked up through and then failed. I mean, look what a glorious breakdown that ended up being, right? So I ended up targeting the SPY. So so as you can see here, this is one of those things where, oh boy, I did it again. This is one of those things where using the pivot system that I utilize. For those of you who haven't used it, I did write a book on it. Only plug for the day. So sorry, don't get mad. But these are one of those moments where, as you can see, what for most of you, right, that are newer traders, especially when you see these first two candles coming in, right? And I actually executed the trade with my interactive brokers account through DOS, right? As you're coming into these first two candles, what do they look like to you? They look really strong, right? I mean, what do you think? They look crazy powerful, right? The market's overextended to the downside. There's a lot of buying volume, right? Why on earth would I possibly think about shorting here, right? Because this is where we should go short. I mean, the way the algorithms work and the way we reoffer value, this is where monthly R3 is, right? This is our monthly R3 at 600, big institutional number, right? And this is where our R3 this is where our level is to short on this one, right? Everything all correlated right next to each other, right? So this is why we're going to focus on this level today. But if you don't use range as a concept, right, then you're going to get long all the time and get trapped into moves like this, right? So even if you don't use cams the way I use cams, I just highly recommend putting them on your chart so that you're at least aware of buying ranges and selling ranges. So for instance, right now we're pushing back up into the selling range again. And since, and then we're going to see if we test here and if we, this could be another opportunity for a movement back to the low, right? So this is just a location though. Use your pattern, use the way you get in and out, overlay them into the system. But it just shows you how well, once employed properly and being aware, you can get some trades that others maybe, Camarilla pivot points are my Camarillas, my cams. If you want to use them, they are a free indicator available. All you got to do is just type in Camarilla pivot plays and they're right there. You can have them. right? They do the calls. They actually tell you what play you should be looking for, right? And it puts in zones for you to let you know basically what your targets are. DOS does have Camarilla pivots that are of similar calculation, but not with this level of sophistication, at least not yet. So I didn't trade ES because I wanted to I wanted to take this trade on in my IBKR, and I really liked the order flow on SPY, and I had already had a really good futures trade. So I traded gold in the morning. So let me show you that. So in the morning we had we had a call in the morning for S3. So I bought gold at 8:20 in the morning, and talk about living the we call this the cell phone lifestyle, if you will. You know, Tim Sykes, sorry, I'm ripping you off here. I know you invented the laptop lifestyle, so I'm just being cheeky. But it's called the cell phone. I was on my back patio getting ready to come up to work, and this alert came out on my phone because my alerts come out on my phone, right? So as the alert comes out on the phone, right, and I was just sitting there looking at it. I pulled it up on my cell phone, but you can see even on a cell phone, you can actually have this level of precision on an entry. It came down, it tested the level, it came off of it, made a new high, so I went long. My stop was just below VWAP, so my 4-to-1 target was all the way up right here, right? So I hit my 4-to-1 target, all done, was already doing great on my day, full target. So I only wanted to take one more trade. So, and I thought SPY looked like, ooh, Tesla ripping. Tesla. Let's look at Tesla real quick. So Tesla's coming back up to the high. So Tesla's actually in more of a buying range. We're in monthly support ranges. So Tesla actually makes sense to be a buy today. So it is in a lower range though. So I normally wouldn't have bought S3, but you can see here it was a buy at S3. I just normally wouldn't have done that in this range. It is a wider range, but S4 would have been a really nice target. But otherwise, really strong. Look at the order book on Tesla right now. This thing is ripping. So Natalia, as of right now, as long as you keep liking and sharing and communicating and talking and interacting with me, I am going to be here moving forward. So this whole 11 to 12 segment, right? Yeah, it just depends on how many complaints I get. Pig Wrestler, 100% correct. Now, unfortunately, all complaints have to be hand delivered to Peter at his residence. So first you'd have to figure out where Peter's residence is. And then you would have to go to Canada and hand deliver them to him, only in writing. Because we're just old school here at Bearable Traders. If you so just kind of keep that in mind. Just kidding. But yeah, as of right now, I'm here and I'm here to help you out. The idea being here, especially since I'm a range trader, I'm done trading for the day, right? I will not be taking any more trades today. So I am here for you to answer questions, to talk about trading. Of course, I'll talk to you about my trades, but anything y'all want to see, I'm going to constantly keep my my book map up here every single day. So you'll be able to see whatever ticker we're watching, but also I'll keep like the ES or the NQ up so you can see what the futures are doing for all of our futures traders. I do trade primarily futures, right? But anything you need, I'm here. I normally do an 11 to 12 segment in Bearable Traders every single day. And then I do a Thursday night mentoring once a week, every single night. And then I do mentoring classes, webinar classes, and all of that stuff. So basically what we've done is Paris and I have flip-flopped, right? Paris went right back, went behind the paywall with our buddy Greg, and they're going to be hanging out, working with the people in there on tape reading and stuff like that. And then I'm out here. Now, if you guys keep me really popular and we grow this channel and these people, make sure you're coming back every day. I mean, that's the whole thing. Like, come hang out with me. Just put it on your calendar, 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock, Monday through Friday. Come in here. If you got trading buddies, that are looking for a good place to hang out and just talk stocks every day from 11 to 12. You know what I mean? So I'm going to be here. So every day, 11 to 12, I'll be right here on this channel until I'm not. So, but as of right now, in perpetuity is the current concept. So we'll see how it goes though. But it's up to you whether or not I stay around. Right? If you don't like me, then just tell me you don't like me. No, I'm just kidding. I like that pig wrestler. That's cool. You know what I mean? I think that's a great thing. Like, one thing that's really important is like when you're, depending on the type of trader you are, right? And if you're a newer trader, I actually really do recommend often with some of my newer traders to kind of, keep that in mind. Like if you're easily swayed one way or the other, or you think it's going to give you like some FOMO or give you like some kind of like, you're going to hesitate because another trader that you're listening to is going to call something against you. You know what I mean? I totally think it's a great idea just to kind of put the horse blinders on. You know what I mean? I don't know if a lot of you are country enough to understand the concept of horse blinders, right? Why do you put horse blinders on horse blinders, everyone? So just so you know, in my segments, I will often drop a completely useless knowledge bomb on you for no reason, because I have so much just like useless information here. You have no idea. So, come for the trading, stay for the useless information, right? So if you want to have two horses walking next to each other, horses hate walking next to each other, right? So you put blinders on their inside eye, right? Because it keeps them from walking apart, right? They always want to walk apart, right? So just kind of keep that in mind, right? Right. Sometimes it's better just to, we're the same way, right? You don't want to, if you have a trader, especially one that you really respect, right? If you really, really respect that person and you're worried about being in competition with them emotionally or mentally, you know what I mean? Then you may want to go ahead and not do that. You know what I mean? All right, let's see what we got. Oh, here we go. So let's see what happens on ES here. Let's see if we get another setup. So the reason why I'm not expecting to rally through 600 right now, or 6,000 or 600 on SPY. Why? We'll watch SPY, but futures will be the same thing, right? So the reason why I'm not expecting to go through here, one, the current geopolitical news. It's fairly weak news by any standard. Now, that doesn't mean anything. We rally on weak news all the time. We're at a monthly selling level as well, right? So it's hard to see him hiding back here, but there's monthly here. Now, someone asked our monthly level. Sorry, I ADHD'd and missed you. Someone asked our monthly levels more important than intra-daily levels. Yes and no. They are certainly more powerful and more significant on the larger time frame, but on the intraday, you will shoot all around them all the time. Sometimes you smack right into them, and you come off of it. Over time, you overblow them for a little bit. But when you zoom out a day from now, a week from now, a month from now, you'll go, oh, that's what happened. You know what I mean? So they are very significant. It is not, it is, can we all, oh, hold on, everybody. Hold on. Let's get ready. We can't do this properly without putting on a proper tinfoil hat. Okay. All right, I'm putting on my tinfoil beret. Because it's very important that we make sure you take me completely seriously while we talk about this. Does anybody else find it very interesting that we are in a selling range right now on the monthly charts, on the intradaily charts? Oil was in a buying range, and right while oil was in a buying range and we're on a selling range with everything else, we just happen to get geopolitical news that comes out that highly incentivizes oil to rally, while causing the rest of the market to sell dramatically off in the middle of the night while no one's paying attention and can do anything to like really take advantage of it. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So this is kind of one of those things that, that we kind of go in this whole tinfoil hat concept. You know what I mean? It's just like, why are we, so I long gold this morning. Why? Because of all this. You know what I mean? So anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there, but just kind of keep that in mind. I kind of like the tinfoil beret. But so, I love that. Who rings the bell controls the sound. Water Dude, I'm so stealing that for personal reference. I love that as just a saying. That really works for me. But I mean, it's just kind of just, here we are, I mean? We're up in this big selling range. We've been rallying now, but did you notice like a couple months ago, it's like tariffs right when we're in the selling range, then right when we're in the buying range, no tariffs. I mean, get used to this, right? Any traders in here been a trader since 2018 like me? I actually started in 2017. Anyone here trade through 2018? Anybody else do this before? Anybody trade this administration before? Right? So normally these cycles go like 4 to 8 years and then they never come back again. We've done this before, right? What we've got going on in this market right now is 2018, 2019 all over again, right? Anyone who's traded this, we now, for the record, I am not saying this to scare you. I am saying this to excite you. You know what I mean? If you can just be patient and let your positions breathe and hit those moments, when those moments happen, they will be massive, right? You're going to get really big movements, right? From the tops of ranges to the bottoms. Like if we go short here, my target would be 500 on SPY. You know what I'm saying? Like if I was going to go short here, like we're at monthly R3 right now on SPY at 600. When I look back on it and I see large high value on the SPY where we've really accumulated a lot of that ETF, it was down at 500. That's where our big buying area is. So if we started selling from here, we could, I mean, with again, geopolitical, right? What happens if oil prices go up? Right? If oil prices go up, manufacturing costs go up, logistics costs go up, food costs go up, labor costs go up, cost of living costs go up, everything goes up. And it brings insecurity into a market that does not like, instability and insecurity. Right? This is the difference between the last administration and this administration, and get ready for a couple more years of it. Higher range, play D, right? Play D is counter trending S4 breakdown. H is the higher range, right? Get used to this, right? Because this is going to be a thing that's going to be happening quite a bit through this. This is why for many of you who started trading during the prior administration, and this isn't political talk. I don't do any of that stuff here at all. I'm super like not concerned with either of those things. We're just talking about how this handles the way we trade as day traders, right? In the prior market, right? In the prior administration, basically we all knew at any point in time, Powell was going to come in here and sprinkle a little love on the market. And no matter what happened, we were going to keep going up. Right? We all knew no matter what happened, they were going to keep pumping money into the market and we were going to keep going up. Right? So, we were talking about this in Bear Bull Traders, especially before the administration took place. We were like, get ready. It's going to be a whole new market. Many of us started working on strategies that would take advantage of more volatility, right? So bet longer holds, tighter stops kind of stuff, right? So, and there we go. You know what I mean? Why are we again in the selling range? Are we at S3 on the daily chart? S3 on the daily chart would be a buying range. We're at R3 on the daily chart. So that's what makes it the selling range, right? So in the Camarilla system, which is basically an open, low, high, and close system that's skewed by the close, right? When we're looking at this, what we're doing is anytime we're in the top third of a range, we look at that as a selling range. Anytime we're in the bottom third of a range, we're looking at that as a buying range. Right now, we are in the moment we're in right now, not only are we in a selling range on the daily, but we're actually below yesterday's buying range. Right. So for instance, if I threw up like let's do like a 30-minute here. Right? See, yesterday we bought here, right? So today we are under yesterday's buying range, which is why we're in a selling range, right? So whenever you're thinking about buying ranges versus selling ranges, I want you to think this is ceilings and floors, right? But maybe think of it this way. At least it anchors for me, premium and discount, right? Old discount is new premium, right? So what's happening right now is we are offering old discount as new premium. right? So right now we're pulling back up, and as we're pulling back up, they're trying to entice more sellers, right? But actually right now, because we closed strong in the last half hour, right, they're actually trying to get buyers to buy this premium area, which was old discount, right? If we buy this, we will run back to the old premium that's right here, and we'll try and offer that premium to the buyers. If we sell from here and we close a red candle, we will then offer discount to whoever those sellers are. So if you don't mind, I'll take 2 seconds and expound on that a little bit for you, especially for new traders that are learning to read candles. I really think this is a very important skill to make sure you're focused in on. Yes, I am forcing the RTH close on even though I use ETH switching, I'm forcing RTH close, right? So let's see here. Google's above R3. Should we hold until R4? Nicholas, what did you say? So the chat sometimes goes by sometimes. So if I miss you, just post it again because I likely will not. So, okay. I'll make a deal with you, okay? I don't necessarily have a set time on how long I'm going to talk about one individual question or not, right? So I really don't have a concept of time. I'm actually kind of time blind. So, and I won't really be aware of how far the chat has gone since I've seen it, since I'm a singular person. So for me, if you're okay, I'll give you permission to just post the question again if I don't say it, and I won't be upset if you spam me with it a couple of times. Just give me like let me pause and then hit me with it, and I'll do my best to keep looking back at it. But I'll do what I can. You know what I mean? So, but my apologies. I didn't intend to blow past your thing. But it's a lot of questions to field, and I was specifically monologuing on a question somebody else had asked me. But yeah. So my apologies there. But I will do my best. So now scrolling back, because yeah, there's I already missed 15 questions in here. So futures I trade are all gold, oil, and market futures, but also platinum. Are all of those are in good. Let's see here. How do you stay in winning trades longer? Do you use EMAs? So Raytrix, I actually just go for profit targets. I just go for 4-to-1s. So thank you, Chris. I appreciate you, buddy. Let's see. Bruz is here too. So Bruz will try and help me out with some of those. Natalia, absolutely. All right, Google. Let me look at Google. Look at this right here, folks. Watch this. Spike right into S4, right? And then sell response, higher volume sell. So we had a large, sorry, ADHD moment here. I want to show you guys this. We had a large volume push, but it's an engulfing bar on lower volume, right? And then we have indecision here and we make a new low. So when we're talking about the candle formation, because this is the part I wanted to expound upon for some of the newer members, right? So one of the things that's really important is that when the algorithm reads candles, it reads these as buying candles and selling candles, right? So what every single candle that we have, right, is a moment of discount, value, and premium, right, within a range. So anytime you have the next candle, how that candle offers, right, and gets responded to says volumes, right? And then we put that with VPA. So when you see this candle pop, right, we had a pretty large move and it's an engulfing candle, but that amount of volume was actually quite low for a candle that's that big. So it actually makes this candle look disingenuous, right? So we now have premium and we now have discount, right? So think about smart money concepts here, right? So once we offered premium to the buyers, which we ticked up and offered premium, no one bought. So we immediately sold to value and closed. We offered discount to the sellers and we sold through and closed. Right? So right now we have, if we go below this area of discount, right, this will likely result in a return to VWAP. Right? And this is the ideal place to get short, is actually once you've lost a candle like that. Because what you have is a place where you can see where someone has been willing to sell premium, they've been willing to sell discount premium, value, and discount at a level. So if you're going to short, the best short actually comes from right under here with your stop right above here. So just kind of keep an eye on that and see if you get a really good moment to offer. So you can see that kind of a little bit better here. You see we pop up here, we come down, look, as we pull back, there's the sell. And as it pulls back in, you get short here, throw your stop above. Really nice entry location. I hit mine here because I don't care. I like this strategy so good. But anyway, all right. So I want to make sure y'all kind of got that. Period for your daily pivot point. I think it's 4. I don't know, actually. Love nature. Hold on. It's just 1 day on a daily chart. And it's going back 6 months, I think would be the answer there. All right, let's see here. Google, back to Google now. Sorry, that was a long time to get to Google. All right, so for me on Google. Okay, interesting. So technically, I don't like Google for a play, technically. So the reason I say that, now we are at ATR high, which I think is cool for a potential shorting location. We are near R3 in a lower range. However, the stats on having something that opens below S6 and then rallies all the way back into range, that's pretty strong. I don't know if I feel comfortable playing a reversal on a ticker that has made new highs after 10:30 and has also managed to close back in, or has managed to get back inside of range. But if the market goes into a strong sell here, it is a narrow range. So as long as we can get back outside the range by the close, I'm okay with it. You know what I mean? But it isn't really something that fits my traditional playbook. I'd prefer for it to open in the mid-range, sweep R3, and then play it down so we could really get maximum advantage of that ATR and the momentum, right? So with us statistically, especially on like tickers like Google, we're more likely to close above the break here. But it's a narrow range. So it means we'll probably drop and maybe close somewhere right around VWAP today, maybe north of like 173.50, somewhere right in here. Something like that. All right, let's see here. Man, I need a bigger I need to make this chat thing bigger. How do I make this? I really need I wonder if there's like a version of this where I don't, ooh, can I pop this out maybe? Pop out. Yes. Cool. Look, I got a pop out now. Okay, this will work because now I don't have to look at me. I can just see you. Yay. Cool. Okay, this will make it easier for me to keep track of you guys because now I can see. Okay. Okay. So let me switch back over to my alerts here. All right, what does Bookmap give you other than the big bubbles? So Bookmap, okay, is really cool. So on Monday, by the way, Chu, if you come back on Monday, I'm actually gonna have a buddy of mine come on. His name is Nathan. He's a moderator also at in BBT. He's also a blue jacket winner at Bookmap. And really knowledgeable in that department. So I actually am gonna bring him with me in on Monday to kind of hang out and have him with me. That way we can talk a little bit about Bookmap and some of the intricacies, which will be a lot of fun. Technically I did teach him how to read it, so, but you know, whatever. No, okay. So what does Bookmap really give you? For me, what Book does is it is first, it's a DOM. So when I say DOM, I mean depth of market, right? A depth of market is your level 2 is another name for it, right? Your order book, right? The board. There's all these different names that they've given this thing over the past, 100 years or so, right? So Bookmap is first a visual 100%, Chris. Bookmap is first a visual level 2, right? So it's going to take the depth of market or your level 2, and it's actually going to put those orders across the order book in a visual manner, right? So for instance, if you're looking at Tesla right now, you can see that Tesla, it is very unlikely that Tesla is going to go much higher than this, right? So you would say, well, why? I don't know why. Why would you think that on Tesla? It's been very, very strong the past 10 or 15 minutes, right? It is also historical, right? Which is really, really helpful. You can see where we sold from before and why, right? Our biggest order in the pre-market was this 120 order, right? So above that, we've had very little interest algorithmically for more orders to be put across the top, right? So anytime we come up here, we're selling off of an iceberg order that's here, right? So you can see we bought up and we got here, but again, we're really not bringing in many orders, especially above 322. But back to the downside, look at all these orders to the downside down here. A really lovely ladder back to 315 and orders connecting this institutional block to the downside. So if we can't get buying to come in and we can't get it in fast, right, then this is going to liquidate and go back down and find these buyers again, right? So we will run down this direction and hit this order. So what I would be looking for would be a sell, likely somewhere using a stop in this location here, ideally, right? So now let's pair that, right? Let's go ahead and pair that with, Tesla itself, right? And let's see if that matches up with the price action. Look at our price action at 320.50. Look at that. See? 320.50. See how we run out of orders right there? So now this isn't a total picture, right? This is just an idea, of what I'm thinking. Like this is something I would put on here. Like for instance, I wouldn't long looking at this book. Also, not for nothing, anyone who's looking at what, now that the green dots are starting, look how many more red dots are happening up here instead of green dots. A lot of selling up here. We bought very easily down here, but up here, lots of selling, right? So now we can still go up, right? But these are the kind of things we're looking for. Like I wouldn't go long here because the expectation would be even if we went like, oh, look, they're actually tiering some additional orders here. So for the first time, look, it didn't look long here at all. Now it actually looks a little more long, right? Because they've actually brought in some orders and started buying. So watch this now. Look at the difference now. See how they tiered the algorithm tiered in orders? Yeah, I'm definitely using Camarias. But it is my own calculation. Okay, I do my time frames differently. Ooh, look, here we go. So if you're like, let's say you liked head and shoulders patterns, right? This would be a gorgeous spot to look for a head and shoulders pattern to set up. Right, you've got your trailing, your moving average here. A little fun tip here: 50 SMA, poor man's trend line. Really easy on the 1 minute. If you're just looking for an easy way to kind of see trend generically, if I'm above the 50, you know what I mean? So right now you can see we've tested the 50 and it's still coming in. So, you know what I'm saying? It works pretty well. Hey, thanks, Paris, 24K gold. So all of these different strategy sets, the how is going to be your patterning, right? This gives you good areas to look for this stuff to happen. So appreciate you. That was really nice. Cool. So anyway, what else? Oh, Bill, I take trades all the time. Oh, look at that. Here we go. Look at this. So now we're buying premium here. And see what I mean? How they had tiered the orders in? See how you could see they were actually considering it? You could actually see the orders come in. Now look at below the price. No orders below right now. Right? So we're going to push. We got buying and very lean orders to the downside. So we're going to go ahead and push this. That's fun. This might be a UTAD. So keep an eye out. This actually could be a UTAD. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with the Wyckoff terminology, an upward thrust after distribution would be what to Google. Go on your chat GPT and say, hey, please describe upward thrust after distribution as referenced by Livermore or Wyckoff, right? And it'll probably give you a beautiful breakdown. That'll be much more intelligent than mine. So basically what's happening is before we go down, we're sweeping the supply side here. So you can see we started selling and distributing quite a bit. We were absorbing bid as well. So the market, so now we're pushing the price up and we're running all of these sells to the top side and then they'll roll over and flush, right? So it's like a fake breakout. Yeah, so or like if you're following like Jared, this would be like a Pearson fail or something like that, right? One minute. It's the 1 minute 50 here. Great average. So like when I was trading gold this morning, for instance, right? When I was trailing the 50 this morning, right? So once I got into my position here, it broke through this morning. So someone was saying what time frame, right? I trade VPA and MACD look like UTAD. Water day. Volume and price analysis, moving average convergence and divergence, and upward thrust after distribution. I know all the acronyms. Maybe not all of them, but I know most of them. So you can see here as we pulled back, we triggered our alert. And then we pulled back and I came in here and got this beautiful test of S3, held VWAP and the 50 SMA. So I got long there. My stop went below VWAP. Right. So, and then when we came up here, it held, and then it went after that. I just started trailing the 50 and I hit my target here, thankfully, but I would have went out here at the cross of the 50 because look what happened once we lost the 50, right? We never regained, right, at all. So that would have been a nice exit had I have not hit target. That would have been a really nice exit, right? It still would have been like 3.5, almost 4, I held this a little, this was a 4R target. So it still would have been like 3.5 or so R, right? But you can even see here, we bounced, came all the way back up, but still never got back to that level, right? So it just isn't worth the hold at this point. If you lose the 50, get out. Maybe you buy the bounce or let it come back up and get a short on it. So now you can see we're all the way back here. It just died off of that. That was the move. So it's good stuff, right? Facts, Chris. One thing I need to work on is my entries. Do you mind looking at Apple? Yeah, of course, buddy. I tape read. Let me get Apple up, and I'm gonna look at G-Man's while I'm at that. How are you doing, G-Man? You're now in PCT. You get great moves with tight stops. However, I want to play bigger moves with parts of my position. Any suggestions? Okay, so G-Man, can I go a different direction with that? If you're getting really big, if you're doing good moves and you're consistently hitting good moves with tight stops, I'm kind of in the if it ain't broke, don't fix it category. Like if that's working for you and you're regularly hitting them, and you can read the tape well and get consistent application on that, let's start scaling. You know what I mean? Like, who cares? If you're green every day, let's start scaling. You know what I mean? There's no reason for you to invent new stuff or to start holding more. You know what I mean? If you kick, it's kind of like Paris, man. I wouldn't advise Paris or Andrew or any of those guys to change the way they do it. You know what I mean? To be more like the way I do it. I can't do it the way they could do it. I wish I could. I got to hold because that's what I'm good at. You know what I mean? I can pick range edges and I can pick trend failures fairly well. And then I can basically put my horse blinders on and not pay attention. You know what I mean? That's what I'm good at. You know what I mean? But if you have the talent and you know, and especially G-Man, this is really what's important. This is going to be a little bit of a different thing. You're not going to hear from a lot of people out there, but I've really taken this on to heart, especially after some of the conversations I've heard Dr. V do and the Dr. V give in our trading community, right? Which is trading itself is much more of a spiritual journey than I think most people are going to be willing to bridge, right? Trading isn't hard because it's difficult, right? Trading is hard because it's spiritual, right? It's a challenge on your ability to do the things you know you should do, right? And isn't that our spiritual journey out there in real life, right? Walking around every single day in the challenge of doing what's easy versus what you know you should do, right? And the reason why trading is so difficult is because trading is just something that naturally goes against all of that, right? You're trading, if you take the easy path or the comfortable path in trading, you're not going to be successful. Trading is in fact difficult, right? And most of us come into this for easy money. So it makes it a little bit difficult to come and embrace the fact that there is easy money to be made, but it's easy in speed, not in execution, right? It's really difficult. So if you're G-Men, for me personally, your gut, right? That's how you know if you're doing the right thing or not the right thing. You know what I'm saying? And you need to follow that as you're trading, right? If you're trying to hold for 4R, 5R, 6R, but it's torturing you, you either need to size down or it's not a strategy that works for you. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, ICT concepts are awesome. Absolutely. I can talk to those a little bit. Remind me if I don't come back to it, Raytrix. So we're talking smart money concepts for those of you who are unfamiliar with ICT. That's smart money concepts yeah. It's a very spiritual journey, right? So when I started trading, hold on, let me show you all this. The first time I went to the NYSE, this is what I looked like. Right? I don't know if you can really see me in the little camera I have here. I'll try and get real versions of this, right? I was basically 300 pounds. You know what I mean? I was working IT. I was just getting into trading. You know what I mean? And things were going like that. About a year and a half later or about 2 years later to 3 years later, right? One of the first times I got to go to the NYSE, I still had hair, right? But I was definitely changing, right? So unfortunately, so this is Jared's fault, by the way. He said that BBT meant Bald Brothers Trading. You know what I mean? He fooled me. I didn't know it was Bald Brothers Trade. He said Bald Brothers Trading. So I thought to be in BBT, I had to match. He also told me that it was like it would make me smarter because he said it was like a computer heat sink, right? So like if I would shave my head, it lets the heat out, right? So all of those different things, you know what I mean? So I thought I'm hoping it's true. I'm hoping it's true. Okay, so then you get, me and this incredible looking guy, you know what I mean, a little while later, right, at one of our Vancouver meetups, right? So, the evolution of me, moving forward, and then most recently, only like a couple months ago, I'm back, right? So, oh my God, Starlight. I'm going to talk about that and then I'll do the ITC concepts before we close out because I'm going to rope that in, right? So it was Andrew was a big part. I'll actually wrap that in, right? So it was a spiritual journey. I knew that because of Andrew, right? I watched Andrew go through a spiritual journey as a trader as well. We might go through our journeys a little differently, right? He likes to climb mountains and jump out of planes on his journey, right? I like sitting in my backyard by the pool, you know, sipping a cold one journey. Maybe buy a boat journey. But just saying. So yeah, so G-Man, sorry, my ADHD caught there. Let me finish that out one more time. The finish out on that, by the way, is if you're good at that, I would focus on sticking with that. I wouldn't worry about sizing or going for bigger holds. If you're consistently hitting and you've got a system that's working, I would trust yourself and I would lean in. You know what I mean? Start scaling. Every single week or every single couple of weeks that you go without having any dramatic drawdown or performance issues, scale, push, push, push. You know what I mean? It's time. Yeah. Increase whatever that percentage is. As you grow, keep going. And if you're doing it, dude, 5% or 1% of your account is amazing. Just think about what's that if you had a $300,000 account a day? You know what I'm saying? It's good money a day. You know what I mean? So we just got to keep pushing and start growing, but you're in the grind now. You know what I mean? So just do it, man. I think if you're successful and you're doing it, old school country here, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So Andrew, you guys need to understand, guys and gals, Andrew's book was a complete tipping point in my life. Not just that. So maybe I got to give you a little bit of backstory here. So I started trading because of my daughter, right? My daughter, Allie, Jade, is autistic. We're kind of an autistic family. I got Asperger's. My son has ADHD. I also have ADHD. And my daughter is nonverbal on the level 4 on the autism spectrum, quite severe, right? But doing amazing, by the way, doing amazing. So because of her diagnoses, we had to move to a place where there was a school for her, and I could no longer do the occupation I was doing because I didn't have the time. Right. So I started doing Ubering and I started doing some little stuff, odds and ends stuff, handyman stuff, anything I could do around, IT stuff, small business stuff, nothing too serious though. And then I actually heard like a normal ad, like a Robinhood kind of situation. And I was like, wow, this is really cool. And I thought it was fun. So went out on the internet, found a book. The title was right. How to Day Trade for a Living. The Bear Bull Traders community, right, is still the only trading community that I've ever belonged to. I joined in the end of 2017, and I have been in this community ever since. And I have never found the need to pay membership or join any other community. There's all the BBT's always had the cutting edge stuff coming out. They've always had great moderators, even before I was a moderator, that were always really helpful in pushing forward to find the latest and greatest. And if you look at what BBT looked like 3 years ago, if today is an example of that, what BBT will look like 3 years from now, it's going to be spectacular. And one thing I know about Andrew only knows how to do one thing, which is push, right? I mean, the guy's just amazing. So yeah, thanks, Pigarella. So I appreciate that, man. So anyway, Andrew, when I was maybe a year and a half into trading or so, asked if someone, could make a few YouTube videos for the community. And so I just kind of started making some varied YouTube videos here and there. And then one day, Andrew just, kind of started talking to me. I was also had a good trading buddy of mine, Eamon, that I was hanging out with a lot. And yeah, I put it back at Apple. Here, let me put the book up too. So, and then Andrew brought me into the trading community. Now, here's one of the craziest things about Andrew that you'll ever, I would never have expected. right? Which is Andrew brought me into the community and then didn't say, hey, you got to trade like my style. Like, I want you to come in here and trade your thing and bring your particular talent to the community. And he always fostered that. And if I can gush on him for just a little bit, and I know he probably wouldn't want me to tell you this, right? But I'm going to anyway, because you guys are going to find out I'm an oversharer. So if you guys like hanging out with oversharers, you're going to like hanging out with me. If you don't, I'm so sorry. You're not, but so when my daughter was really going through her struggles, Andrew gave me a call and he's like, man, I will like forward pay you part of your salary if you need it. He's like, you can take all the time off you need. Like, the dude barely even knew me at the time, and he was so willing to be so generous to me. You know what I mean? It was so spectacular. And it just shows you, like, even then, like he's just such a generous and altruistic person and puts people like first. It's really quite spectacular. So Andrew became a big inspiration to me even more after that. So I kind of went on a spiritual journey, a physical journey, and you know, and all of these different things. And that's really what it took for me to be, you know, to get to where I needed to be a really like good trader, which was pretty wild. Oh man, Lenny's phenomenal, Starlight, no doubt about that. So, I mean, so he's a great guy. So just kind of keep that in mind when you guys follow him, especially through his media and his stuff out there. He's a genuine deal. You know, I really, you know, but I have a lot, you know, it's hard not to say great things about that guy. He's been, you know, he's been an absolute, pun intended, pivot point in my you know, in my life. Shoot, not just my trading career, but you know, my you know, and you know, Andrew, you know, he was part of the reason I was able to buy my daughter her medical bed when she went through her issues. So it was wild guy. So all right. So am I American or Canadian? I'm American and I'm from St. Augustine, Florida. Ooh, I had a question. Um, are there any Floridians in here that would be interested in hanging out on, I'm thinking July 12th to 13th, that weekend? It'd be like mid-July. I really kind of want to do like a Florida meetup, but I'm really busy through the summer and I have a weekend available, but it would have to be in like St. Augustine or something like that. Or maybe we could do Orlando or Daytona or something, but I'd kind of prefer St. Augustine because that's near me. So Thor, Ram, actually. So that is pretty wild, right? So oh dude, that would be cool. Like let's pencil this in. I kind of want to do it. I would like to kind of have a little meetup and see if we can get a few people to come out to Jacksonville. But I know it's 1 month away, right? So it would be really cool. Um, let's see here. And then you can come hang out in St. Augustine. I'll show you around. Okay, I'm only 6 months in, still paper trading. Stupid question. Was it possible for you to make a living? Was it absolutely crazy? No, so this isn't a crazy trade, a crazy question. Oh, this is probably an overshare, right? Most of the moderators in Bearable Trader, not most of them, you're successful, right? Like when I, you know, it's the moderators are not making an, oh, I gotta say this the right way. Let's just say our trading is where we make our money. I think that's the best way to say this, right? Like we do what we do because we love teaching how to trade, and it allows us to expose ourselves to y'all. Andrew is very generous in helping us, but I mean, most of us, you know, like I was making significantly more money as an IT person than I've ever made annually working for Bearable Traders. Right. So I would say working at Bearable Traders as a moderator would not be enough money for you to sustain like an income. You know what I mean? So I don't think any of the moderators at Bearable Traders are making enough money at Bearable Traders in order to support an income. You know what I mean? So most of us are, or all of us are successful traders that make money trading. first, and then maybe monetize additionally through Bear Bull Traders in one way or another, right? So I mean, maybe that answers it a little bit better. You know what I mean? So when you're talking with traders here, you're talking with real traders that trade for a living, that make money and have. I mean, I've been successfully day trading for a living for the better part of a decade now. You know what I mean? So it's real stuff here. Look at Apple coming off of S4. It got called again. So right here. So I'm just saying. So, but most of us are doing that. So, okay. For next week, okay, I'm going to talk for 2 seconds about an introduction to a topic, and then next week we're going to talk about it on Monday, okay? We're gonna have I'll have my buddy in here, Nathan, on Monday, hopefully to talk a little bit about Bookmap, right? And then I'm also going to talk about ITC concepts on Monday, right? Because I'm off of here in 3 minutes, so I won't have time to cover that wide of a concept. So, but so if you want on Monday, and we can talk about this, if you guys want to do this, Raytrix, I am gonna let y'all kind of feed the content a little bit. So if you want me to do a 10 to 15 minute session every day on a concept, I can start doing that. You know what I mean? Y'all can ask me about anything you want. So like maybe on Monday, what I'll do on Monday is I'll spend like the first 15 minutes or so, right? Talking about, I'll spend like the first 15 minutes or so, like talking about ITC, and then I'll bring Nathan in and then 15 minutes of trade stuff. And then I'll bring Nathan in for like a half hour or something like that, right? So we can definitely do some of that stuff. And then, we can start, I can even start polling the chat and asking y'all like what subject matter you'd like for me to cover and in which way. You know what I mean? So we can do lots of different stuff like that to make sure that there's lots of content for you. You know what I mean? Because the idea of why I'm here is I'm here to be your trading coach, that you can have access to every single day, Monday through Friday. So any questions you have about the trading journey, I've been doing this for the better part of a decade. I've been profitable for most of that time. I wrote a book on this, and I've been trading the same exact trading system for 6 years. You know what I mean? It's still working, worked then, works now. It's going to keep working. So I've got, I know most of the strategies and the complex and the patterns and the tape reading and all those different things. I can help you with the vast majority of it. So I'm happy to do it. The only thing you got to give me for it are these things and maybe some of these things, right? So, make sure you're liking, you're subscribing, showing up regularly, and participating, because that's what keeps me going and keeps me coming back. So ITC concepts will be Monday's topic we will be talking about. So make sure you come back in on Monday. This is smart money concepts for anyone who wants to look at it a little bit ahead. We're going to be talking about fair value gaps, bearish, bullish, as well as value testing, as well as reading the algorithm as how it offers premium and bid. This will help your candlestick reading significantly to understand these. Pairing fair value gaps and systems combined with Camarilla levels in areas of significance can be very, very helpful. So we will talk about that. For everyone else, it's been a great week hanging out with all of you, each and every one. I really appreciate all of you. Much love to everyone. I hope you have a great weekend. I hope you traded well, and keep it green, people. So I'll talk to y'all a little bit later, and that'll be that. So sweet. Maybe we might not get a rollout. So maybe I'll just talk till noon. So no, I'm just kidding. All right, everybody, rolling out. Talk to y'all a bit.